We are live here at Vikings Stadium for some more DVC Vikings football. Tonight, the 2-7 Vikings take on the 2-7 San Joaquin Delta College Mustangs, and we've got a fun one ahead of us. Both these teams have had their struggles this year, but they're looking to end the season on a high note. So before we got on camera over here, Delta called heads, they won the toss, and they deferred. So DVC will get the ball to start the game, and we'll see what the Vikings have in store with their sophomore quarterback, Jerry Johnson, trying to lead the charge one more time with this Vikings unit here on sophomore night. My name's Max Agress, joined alongside our videographer, and he's running the clock today, too. So Ryan Shell's got a huge debut today, covering the basics here for your streaming purposes. And joined alongside me, usually as the statistician, but we've got him on the microphone today, as Zane Massey's coming on for his first broadcast. Zane, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm excited. It's a great opportunity here to watch some good football. A lot to like.
Yeah. So obviously, both these teams have struggled on offense going into the year, but hey, two negatives can turn into a positive. We might see a lot coming from the direction. DVC has had an opportunity to do well this year, but really they've just sputtered out on third and fourth downs, and they've kind of kicked themselves in the rear in a couple different times. So kicking it right to left now, it is going to be Adrian Malesio. He is the kicker, booting it away from the 35-yard line. Gold domes, white jerseys, white pants with the gold trim and the black numerals for Delta, kicking it right to left to the Vikings in their white helmets, green jerseys, gray pants with the white numerals. It'll be an end-over-end kick, and it'll be fielded down by Deshaun Smith II. He takes it down the near sideline, cuts it up in the middle of the field. He's out to the 25-yard line, out to the 30, the 41 man to beat. Bears choosing their far sideline. A flag comes in as he takes it out to the 20, the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Deshaun Smith II takes it 97 yards coast to coast. And let's see what this flag is on. There's a flag that is sitting down at the 46-yard line of the Vikings right here. And if I'm not mistaken, this will likely be either a holding or a block in the back. So a lot of energy coming onto the field. But let's see if the dirty laundry messes things up. So it will be a holding on the Vikings. And they said 35, but I don't actually have a 35 on the roster. So no touchdown here, and the holding penalty will take away all the beauty of the legs of Deshaun Smith II. And the Vikings will get their opening drive from the far hash mark on the 25-yard line. Deshaun Smith II, one of the sophomores out of Fairfield, a transfer from Santa Rosa College. And he's definitely got the adrenaline pumping in this early going.
Yeah, Deshaun Smith looking like Deshaun Jackson there on that one.
Kick, not punt, but I'll take it any day of the week.
Absolutely.
And the Vikings lead the charge with Jerry Johnson, the sophomore quarterback out of Pittsburgh High School. He'll face a four-man front from Delta College, and he takes a chest high snap to get this game going. A timing route out to the far-hand side, and it goes off the fingertips of Gavin Cribb. Just threw it a little too far ahead of his intended receiver, as Cribb had some space along the far sideline, but just a little off the mark in this chilly evening game. Umpire will spot the ball now, and Johnson barking out the calls. Vikings are running a hurry-up tonight as they come out in the shotgun spread once more. Fakes the handoff, throws the slant across the middle of the field. That's Brian Pierce Jr. taken out to the 45-yard line. He cuts between the hash marks out to the 50, and a huge rip-up play by the Vikings will set them up inside of San Joaquin Delta territory. The ball will be marked down at the 47-yard line after a 27-yard play, and the Vikings will hurry to the ball once again, using tempo to their advantage as they set up a trips out to the far-hand side with Damani Burrell. The call comes in quickly. That's the adjustment we're seeing this game, trying to take advantage of this reeling defense of San Joaquin Delta. The blitz comes. Johnson has time to throw. He rolls out to his left-hand side. Eyes are down the field, throws it late across the middle, has a man open in the front of the end zone, comes back for the ball, but it's knocked away. Yannick Berg had it right at the goal line, but a terrific job by the defensive backs being able to come back, fight back, and punch that ball out. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Great decision by Johnson there. He's rolling out to his left, flips his hit, sets his feet, and lets it fly just a few yards short. Otherwise, a great decision by Johnson.
Yeah, threw it a little bit short, but more than anything, I think that was just a great job by the defensive backs of of the Mustangs being able to knock that ball away because it was in the breadbasket of Yannick Bird. But after the play, it'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 48-yard line. From the near hash mark, it's Jerry Johnson once more. A handoff to Cribb. Cribb slivering between the tackles. Cribb continues to churn, gets near the 40-yard line, and Gavin Cribb on his first attempt of the game has a very nice pickup. Call it 8 on the rush, and he's brought out to the 41-yard line.
DVC can go hurry up again here. Wow, they're really pushing the tempo of this game.
I love it. This is the changeup that you need, and it comes in the last game. The Vikings are fighting for pride in this one. Johnson calling out the set once more. He barks out to his offensive line, and the offensive line has done a good job in this early going. Pistol look for Johnson. Belt high snap, fakes the handoff, and the ball's batted up in the air. It's tipped into the ground. A terrific job from one of the linebackers rushing. That was David Rodriguez, the sophomore out of Edison. Coming into the game, 35 total tackles, but that's his first batted pass of the year. So it's 4th and 3, and the Vikings are in that no-man zone just about at the 41-yard line. So in this situation, they will elect to go for it. 0 for 2 last week, going for it on 4th down. Let's see if the Vikings can convert. 10 for 20, pardon me. They are 10 for 30 on the year. Snap is off, and they will run it. Left-hand side, Cribb backs his way down, getting near the sticks, and they'll mark him down short. Cribb was right there at the line to gain. He got out to the 39, started to backpedal his way there, and I think he just got a really difficult spot by the officials there.
Yeah, 4-man front. The defense was spread. Nice little inside run. Nothing wrong with the play call. Just a little unfortunate with the spot there.
I think they might get a second opinion from some of the other officials as the white cap called the ball dead right there on the spot. But the way it's looking right now, the Vikings offense is staying on the field. And no, the call will stand. No replay obviously here tonight, and the Vikings just cannot get out of their own way to start the game. We saw success last game against the Laney Eagles in a similar situation where they got into the 25-yard line and then kind of sputtered out, and this time around they went with the running game, which hasn't necessarily been there for the Vikings, but after the first great rush from Cribb, I mean, I don't blame him. So with that, the Vikings defense will take the field, and for the first time, the offense led by Kenyon Nelson will lead the charge. It's a rush over to the right-hand side. It's handed off over to Merriman, and Merriman goes forward for a gain of, let's call it 3.
Yeah, Merriman was trying to hide behind Clayton Barnett there, for a couple more yards, and he got it.
So it's 2nd down and 7 from the 42-yard line. 13 minutes counting down here in the first quarter of play. An empty set with the bunch to the near-hand side. A toss out to the far side. And, ooh, just a terrific trigger on the ball from the defensive back. I believe that was Isaiah Nobriga, the linebacker, just read the eyes of the quarterback as he telegraphed it. And, just half a step short.
Half a second longer. That's a pick six, and he's still running right now, and we're celebrating. Great job by Nobriga.
A deep breath taken by the San Joaquin Delta offense as they're going to use the last 17 seconds of the play clock to really take their time. Matt Victor is in there as the Titan off the left-hand side, and Nelson will come out of the shotgun with Merriman in the backfield with him. A quick throw across the middle, and that was almost batted away once more. Dylan Layout just was there, and it went almost off his near end side. Coleman was the intended receiver, and the Vikings, just like that, basically a minute later will force a punt, so that's a great sign to see. The Vikings defense coming up, they do a terrific job. They get a couple opportunities to possibly get a takeaway, and now they'll send out the punt returner, Brian Pierce Jr.
Yeah, all things considered, even with the callback kick return touchdown, good start for DVC to get this ball back.
Vikings looking like they're going to send pressure, and they only send one. Malesio's able to boot it away. It's an end-over-end kick, a high swirler, actually, and a terrific punt fielded down to the 12-yard line. Brian Pierce Jr. break one's tackle, out to the 15-yard line, finds the sideline to the 20, and he's eventually spun down by a plethora of San Joaquin Delta return men as there is some chippy energy down there. It's a wrestling scrum down at the 25-yard line, and the Vikings will get the ball from the 24. On one side, just a boot of a punt. It went about 50 yards in the air, and it forced Brian Pierce Jr. to retreat and get back into that ball. And on the other end, just a nice, nifty 16-yard return from Brian Pierce Jr.
Yeah, he fielded that ball, 3 guys around him, and in that scenario, you just want 5 yards or even 2 yards, and he goes and gets about 12 or 15 there.
So the Vikings will come back quickly on offense once more. Jerry Johnson had a couple good throws, but nothing necessarily set themselves up. Let's see if he can continue the trend, and let's see if the hurry-up offense continues for the Vikes. Coming into the backfield now will be Kenneth Atkins II. He'll be lined up in the pistol behind Johnson. Johnson tried to shift Elijah Alonso into that up back tight end position, and it looks like the left tackle jumped. I believe that was Mason Neubauer.
And these are the type of things that kills drives and this momentum. You get a good stop and a good return, and then this is the first play. But they're going to bounce back here. It's 1st and 15.
Yeah, and Ryan Williams was actually lined up at left tackle on that snap, the 6'2", 280 freshman out of Oakley Freedom High School's own. So unfortunately for the big men up front, a lot of the times when they get the love on the broadcast, it tends to be on a hold. So the Vikings facing a 1st down and 15 from the 19-yard line, 12:40 remaining. Snap is off, a handoff over to the left-hand side, breaking free out to the 25, the 30, lowers the shoulder, and jolts his way forward for a gain of 16. That was Kenneth Atkins the second. Another sophomore leaving his mark on this game in this early going as he rips off a 1st down.
Great, hard, strong finish to that run. Things you love to see from a running back.
And the Vikings really electing to just go hurry, fast, and really just in this NASCAR pace at this point. Trips out to the near-hand side from the far hash mark. It's Jerry Johnson once more, calling for the ball, outstretched arms. Reaches out, gets it, chest high. Tries to drop it into the bucket. He was targeting Deshaun Smith II, who had that kick return called back on the opening possession of the game. But Jerry just put a little touch too much on the ball. It's going to be 2nd down and 10 now from the 35. Javier Gonzalez on the coverage for the Mustangs. Same formational look here as the Vikings hurry up once more. It's a pass over to Elijah Alonso, catches along the 40-yard line, and he runs his way down to the 1st down marker, and he will pick up the first out to the 45-yard line. A throw of 5 yards and then 5 yards on the run, so a 10-yard reception in total for Elijah Alonso, and on his sophomore night, I expect to see a lot out of him.
Great decision by Johnson. Off coverage, quick slant, nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, just drop it in the weak spot of the zone and then let your man do the work. Shotgun from the near hash mark. Chest high snap once more. Another pass out to the far-hand side. Over to Alonso. Alonso to the 40. Alonso breaking a tackle to the 30. Stays on his feet to the 20. And Elijah Alonso gets his way down to the 19-yard line.
Again, off coverage, quick slant, but this time Alonso hits a little half spin, runs back to the other side. Great run. DVC's finishing strong.
36 yards on the reception for Alonso, and the Vikings are hurrying up inside the red zone now. From the 19-yard line, this Vikings offense is looking great with pace. Atkins the second in the backfield, and it will be a handoff over to Atkins. Atkins running towards the near-hand side, and just couldn't quite get past the outstretched arms of Antone Herrera. Antone Herrera, I believe. The freshman out of Weston Ranch. Only 10 tackles on the year, but a terrific job just really scraping down that line and getting the tackle. 3 receivers to the far-hand side. Let's see if Mikel Ely, possibly on a man-to-man route on the bottom, can make something happen here. We haven't called his name tonight yet. Johnson checks the ball. Looking to the far-hand side. He works back across, and he throws it over to Alonso. Elijah Alonso was the intended receiver, and he had 6 written all over his fingertips, but just unable to get underneath that ball from Johnson. Johnson air-melted a little too far to the left-hand side.
Yeah, Simon McQueen Delta in that cover 1 there, and he throws a perfect corner route. Ran great. Great ball.
Yeah, I mean, just a terrific job. He looked off the corner and then came back to Alonso, and the ball just wasn't quite there. Johnson working out some early game nerves. A couple good throws, but a few missed balls that you know he's going to want back. Johnson out of the shotgun once more. Pressure in his face. Throws the go route once more. Over the top of the shoulder. And the touchdown for Brian Pierce Jr. He heard us talking smack up here in the booth. And he drops it perfectly into the bucket of Brian Pierce Jr. 19-yard passing touchdown onto the V of the Vikings logo. And the Vikings strike within the first 5 minutes of play to take a 6-0 lead.
Yeah, Brian Pierce said take that one, Max. Cover 1 again, and same concept. Want to throw it to the outside. Great ball, great catch.
And Zane Hall looking to dot the I on the PAT now. Gavin Cribb, the holder. Dougie Silva, the long snapper. Snap is off. It's a high one, held down well. Kick is up. No good! From our vantage point up in the booth, it looked like it was straight down the middle, but for the second time in the last 2 touchdowns, the Vikings unable to convert on the PAT. So with that, the Vikings have a 6-0 lead over the Delta Mustangs with 10:32 remaining here. And the teams will take the field quickly, so we'll actually keep it here instead of taking a break. But, Zane, man, Just talk about the Vikings beating man-to-man coverage and really picking this defense apart early on.
Yeah, coach sees the corner routes there. Next play, they see the same coverage. Nothing wrong with the slot fade from Brian Pierce. He has the speed on that cornerback. Great ball.
Yeah, that's one thing the Vikings do not lack. They have speed all across the board. Brian Pierce Jr., Deshaun Smith, Damani Burnell, Yannick Berg, Mikael Ely. I mean, he's the big body receiver, but I can see him dust some guys as well. And the Vikings kicking off left to right as we see the kickoff unit for the first time for the Vikes. Zane Hall ready to boot her way left to right. Pardon me, that's actually Michael Vaccaro taking over the kickoff duties in this game. I believe Link Rhodes and Joe Cohen are the two deep men to return it for Delta. The ball will be fielded down to the 9-yard line. That's Rhodes fighting down the far sideline. Rhodes lowers the shoulder, just runs over a Vikings defender. That was the kickoff man, Michael Vaccaro. But hey, you lay your body on the line, you'll make the tackle. A flag comes in at the end of the play, but honestly, not bad for the kickoff man.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as a kicker there, all you want to do is just slow the guy down, and he did that and more. He brought him down. And the sideline on San Joaquin Delta's going to love that truck that he laid on him, but DVC's also going to love the tackle he made.
Absolutely. I mean, anytime the kicker's getting down there and physical, you just got to respect it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And an unsportsmanlike on DVC after the tackle was made. I don't know what that was on. We expected somewhat of a chippy game to go on. So on paper, San Joaquin Delta actually is not a very penalty-driven team. Top 20 in the 3C2A in terms of penalties per game. So the Vikings, on the other hand, are not quite in that grace of the category. The Vikings 56th out of 67 teams. So that's a side of the good guys and the bad guys tonight. And for the Vikings, unfortunately, they're written off as the bad guys. And a 15-yard penalty will take the terrific kick return, and set San Joaquin Delta down to the 43-yard line of the Vikings. From the far hash mark, we'll get another look on the freshman quarterback, Kenyon Nelson. Fakes the handoff. Nelson running out to the far-hand side. Nelson has a lane to the far sideline and angles out of bounds after a gain of 9. And that's something you got to factor in. Nelson only has 142 pass attempts on the year, but one of the things he's really good at is running the ball, second on the team in total rushing yards.
Yeah, Nelson is reading Isaiah Nobriga there. Apologize for that. CC commits to the running back, and he just takes it outside.
It's a gain of 9, so it'll be 2nd down and 1. A low snap handled well. It's a fade route to the far-hand side, trying to drop it into the bucket. Outstretched arm of Davion Coleman, and you can hear the frustration coming from the booth of San Joaquin Delta to her right. He beat the double coverage over the top. The safety was just a little late, but Nelson wasn't able to put it on Coleman.
Yeah, just right off his just one more yard, and he's in the end zone.
But that's a good opportunity to take a shot. It's 2nd down and short. You got to trust in your running game in this situation, possibly run a read option as Bowen comes back into the game. He is the leading rusher for San Joaquin Delta. Vikings putting an all-out blitz. It's a quarterback keeper, and he's brought down into the backfield. Kenyon Nelson tried to hold it, but Nico Bowler, as the Vikings just went engaged 8 on that play. Just the good old Madden engaged 8, sent everybody, and they get a sack for a loss of 2 on the play. So it'll be 4th down and 3 in this no-man land area once more, and we'll see what Delta has in store.
Yeah, DVC telling Nelson there, if you want to read one guy, we're just going to give you about 3 more guys to have to deal with.
Absolutely, and they did just a tremendous job. They held it up. They showed pressure at the very last second, and they send all 8. And the Mustangs will come out in a shotgun look here between the hash marks from the 37-yard line. It's a 4th down and 3. The slant pass across the middle of the field, and it's brought in for a 1st down. That was Aiden Carr, his 5th reception on the year, as he gets a reception for about just 6 yards, and he continues this drive. Some pace and some tempo for the Mustangs as they will line up with trips out to the far-hand side, and they will run the hurry up in the empty set right here for Nelson. Nelson with the belt-high snap. It's a quarterback draw all the way through. Nelson sneaks through the left side of the line, and Nelson rumbles and stumbles down to the 12. A huge pickup by the big body quarterback, and he picks up a gain of 16, sending Delta College up inside of the red zone.
Great play call. You go 5 wide. Basically have a running back.
Yeah, you got basically a running back when your quarterback's your 2nd leading rusher, and a handoff to the left-hand side this time, but nowhere to go. Bowen got the stretch to the near-hand side, but Nico Bowler just bowled his way down the middle and the interior of that offensive line to make the stop. 2nd down and long now from the 12.
Yeah, these DVC linebackers are just wreaking havoc in the backfield tonight.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a little bit of what we're used to seeing with DVC. Vikings with the 3-man front. It's a low snap handled well by Nelson. Nelson's going to roll out to his right-hand side. Nelson breaks out of one tackle, and he breaks out of another, out to the far-hand side as he continues to churn past DVC Vikings defenders, getting a gain all the way out. I believe that's going to be a 14-yard rush on the play. And that will stop him just about a yard short. Nope, they're going to give him the first down. What a terrific job by Kenyon Nelson. He was dead to his rights in the backfield, but somehow found a way to break 4 different tacklers to get the first down.
Yeah, Nelson rocking that number 10, looking like Cordell Stewart right now.
And they line up in a tush push as they just push it all the way up the gap. I don't think I've ever really seen this in this position. You're about 3 or 4 yards short on the ball. You line up in a tush push on 3rd down, and it looks like they might actually get it in this situation, but a flag does come down on the far side numbers. Likely going to be a false start. That's something we actually haven't seen this year, especially with how popular it's been in the NFL and the college level. The tush push hasn't necessarily made its way to the JC level.
Until tonight. Yeah, I actually like seeing that innovation there. That was pretty cool. If it works, why not do it? And they're going to line up in it again.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's going to be an offsides on number 12. That was the safety Tanner Smiley over the top. So the tush push does work, and it's going to be first down and goal from the 3-yard line now. They line up with their big body quarterback. Tush push once more. Vikings stacking the box inside. And likely going to be a false start on San Joaquin Delta, or maybe a timeout by the Vikings. I don't see a flag on the field. Let's wait for the official to say, but yeah, that's something you don't really see in junior college football very much. You do not see under center snaps, and you don't see the tush push. And it is a false start against the offense, so that'll push him back 5 yards on the play, and they will not be in tush push territory anymore. But honestly, if you're getting the type of penetration that they're getting 3, 4, 5 yards on that push, maybe you just run it every single time and say, hey, we're going to abuse it until you stop us.
Yep, and there we see the downside at the JC level. It takes a lot of discipline at that line also. Okay, it's all about the push, and here we go. Looks like they might.
Yeah, no, they're going to spot it down at the 6-yard line now. The ball was spotted down originally at the 1-yard line. And they're going to push it back all the way out to the 6. So lining up in more of a traditional formation now. Tight end off the left-hand side in the shotgun for Nelson from the far hash mark, working right to left. Inside of the Vikings red zone. They'll motion the receiver across the formation, and it'll be a keeper to the goal line. And Kenyon Nelson fighting forward, showing off the legs, rushes for a 7-yard touchdown.
Delta really getting creative with the running quarterback here. I mean, you get a receiver in motion, you got a running back going to the other side. They're going all over the place, getting that defense to shift, and they're making them pay for it on the ground.
And let's see what Malesio has in store. 16 for 19 on PATs this year. The Vikings missed their PAT on the other side, so we're knotted up at 6 right now, but an opportunity for Malesio to try to knock it through the uprights and get the lead. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up. And this one looks like it looked like it went wide left, but it actually went through the upright. So I don't know if there's just a weird phantom point in this field, but that is a good PAT, crosses the T on the PAT, and Delta will take their first lead of the game, answering the Vikings call right away, and they have the 7-6 lead with 7:11 remaining here in this first quarter of play. Taking a quick break, back on the other side here on DVC Vikings Live. Back here on the field, the 7-6 lead for the Delta Mustangs as the Vikings drove all the way down the field, scored the first touchdown of the game, and the legs of Kenyon Nelson, the quarterback, paid all the way down into the goal line as he got, into the end zone, I should say, as he had a 6-yard rushing touchdown for the Mustangs. So a 7-6 lead because the Vikings missed the PAT, and now kicking it right to left. Malesio once more. Vikings on the opening kickoff of the game had Deshaun Smith, the second rush all the way for a touchdown, but it was called back due to a holding call. And now let's see if the special teams unit can find some magic once more. And over an angled kick. This one will be fielded down. Nope, it'll actually take a bounce. and eventually go out of bounds. That was Austin Hertz on the far-hand side, just doing a terrific job as the veteran kick return man for the Vikings. The ball will be knocked out of bounds, and the Vikings will have some great field position on the other side now.
High IQ play there from Hertz. You love seeing that from your sophomore wide receiver.
Yeah, Hertz has just handled the return game for the Vikings for the last couple of years, and that's what you expect out of a guy like him. He is a true vet on that special teams unit. And you could even see him fake forward and make sure it actually went out of bounds, and if it didn't, then maybe he would possibly get a block on one of the gunners. So right now they're spotting it down at the 20, but this one should go all the way forward. So I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, there are 2 fouls. Okay, so it's an offside and a kick out of bounds, so obviously the Vikings are going to take the kick out of bounds, and the ball will be spotted down in the far hash mark at the 35. So that's exactly what the officials were talking about, and that's why we had a delay in the start of that drive. One of the few times where we're seeing the Vikings huddle up tonight, they've gone out of the hurry up predominantly in this game. This is something we've seen out of Vikings teams in the past. And the Vikings will line up with their sophomore quarterback, Jerry Johnson. Dropped a beautiful 19-yard touchdown to Brian Pierce Jr. last time, and he'll get a head-high snap to start this one. Throwing late across the middle, and it's actually caught by Brian Pierce Jr. as Pierce Jr. fighting out to the 30-yard line, has a lane out to the 20, the 15, 10, 5, jump cuts inside, dragged down, but he's into the end zone. A touchdown just like that. The Vikings on the very first play of the drive rip it down 65 yards for the tug, and a flag on the field at the 6-yard line.
Great moment for all the receivers as Pierce received great blocking downfield from his 2 co-receivers.
Yeah, just the speed and then having the patience at the end of the play to slow it down just a little bit, the jump cut back inside before breaking the plane to the end zone. So it looks like the Vikings will send out their PA2 unit despite the fact that there is a flag on the field. And let's wait for the officials to say what that flag is. Okay, so it's an unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense, and this one will be enforced on the kickoff. So Michael Vaccaro will likely be able to boot that one through the end zone. So the Vikings score stands, and they have a 12-7 lead here, awaiting the PAT opportunity from Zane Hall. 11 for 12 coming into the game. 11 for 13 now. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up, and this one's got to go through. And that it is. Crosses the T on the PAT, and the Vikings have a 13-7 lead after one single play. A 65-yard drop into the bucket. And then Brian Pierce Jr. uses the speed, uses the agility to take it to the house.
As well as the vision, turning into a running back there. It seemed like following his blockers. Beautiful play.
And this is one of the possible opportunities that we expected out of this game. 2 defenses that have had their struggles going into the year. You could see that it could either be a really nitty-gritty defensive game or it could be a shootout. And so far in this early going, with about 9 minutes played, it has been a shootout.
Yeah, it's a battle of stubbornness right now. DVC's just going to keep going trips or spread, and San Joaquin's going to keep sitting in this off coverage with the 2 high safeties, and they're just going to keep calling. DVC's calling some great plays right now, and we're going to see how San Joaquin reacts.
So the Vikings ball will be spotted down at midfield as the unsportsmanlike penalty was called against Delta College. So expect to see Vaccaro just boot this one out of the end zone, maybe test his range and see if he can knock it through the uprights, and then likely see Delta get it at the 20. But going a little too far ahead of ourselves as Vaccaro holds his arm up, will jot forward and have a high-angled kick. This one will go into the front of the end zone, and the Vikings are looking like they might want to get some good field position, but instead a knee taken by the return man on the far-hand side, and that was the backup running back Merriman, or I guess the starter for today, Merriman, just doing a really good job, taking his time, seeing if anything developed, and then, no, take a knee, get it out to the 20.
Takes a very abrupt knee, was very interested.
Yeah, I think what the Vikings were trying to do there is kick it short, say, hey, we don't need to boot it through the end zone because we can actually just send our coverage men down the field and try to put them in a bad position. And that's something when you have your special teams coordinator coming back Jeff Hansen, after the bye week, came back, and we've seen a lot of good plays on special teams for the Vikings. And also, as it's Veterans Day observed, Veterans Day, I believe, is tomorrow. Jeff Hansen served in the military, came back to play with us back in 2015, ended up blanking on the school he played for, but the long snapper for the Vikings, and then he went over to the 4-year level, played there a couple of years, and now he's back coaching with the Vikes. So, all the love in the world over to Hansen and the Hansen family. So for the forehand side, it'll be Kenyon Nelson coming out once more, handed off over in the jet sweep, trying to turn the corner. That is Merriman, who is lined up in the slot, and then using the speed, the running back takes it out for a gain of 8.
Once again, I hate to be redundant, but great blocking from the receivers on the San Joaquin Delta side to really open that up for him.
Tight bunch to the near hand side from the near hash mark. They'll move Merriman into the backfield now alongside Nelson. Lone receiver to the far hand side. Snap is off, and it'll be a screen pass over to the near side. Having a lane down the near sideline. A hard hit out of bounds, and that was a late hit all the way through. Anthony Munoz on the near sideline just had a huge clap. You could probably hear it from our field mic, and that'll be an additional 15 yards on the play. And now continual chirping from the near sideline, and it looks like it might be Mikel Ely who got that flag on the near sideline. And this is something we actually expected coming in this game. A couple weeks ago, San Joaquin Delta actually got in a fight with Laney, and they had to have the cops come out and everything. And then last year, the Vikings actually didn't even shake the hands of the Mustangs because it got so chippy, and they couldn't afford to send them out on the field. So a lot of bad blood between these two base 6 rivals, and it's showing himself a lot. This is about the 4th or the 5th late unsportsmanlike conduct on the game so far.
Yeah, you can tell both these teams don't care about the record. They just want to win really bad. I mean, we've seen about 5 or 6 penalties, as you mentioned. It is really competitive out there right now.
Yeah, and San Joaquin Delta, not necessarily a team that fouls a lot, but the Vikings they put themselves in a hard spot there. 15 yards on the late hit, and then 15 yards on the near sideline. And the two unsportsmanlikes will pack on top of one another. So after a nice play, will actually just turn into a 30-yard plus pickup. So about 7-8 yards on the reception, and then 30-plus yards, and San Joaquin Delta is in a great position once more. First down and 10 from the 28-yard line of the Vikings. 2 unsportsmanlike conduct, or 1 late hit and an unsportsmanlike on the near sideline will set San Joaquin Delta in a golden position. Lone receiver to the near-hand side is Simeon Sims, and it'll be man-to-man across the board to the free safety, Jaden Price. The sophomore came into this week picking up a couple offers. And it's a quarterback keeper. Left-hand side, breaks free out to the 20-yard line and has the angle to the sideline to step out of bounds after a gain of 9 on the play. And the Vikings, they got to do something different on defense. You got to put a spy on him or something, because the legs of Kenyon Nelson are just tearing the Vikings apart in this early going.
Yeah, fakes a swing pass to his right, gets the linebackers moving, and the Red Sea parted, as they say, to the left, and he just had open field for about 15 yards.
And one thing you're going to notice as we come back in just a moment, a flag came down. I believe that's going to be a false start or something along those lines on San Joaquin Delta. And like I was going to say before, so something that you'll notice about this Delta team is they're going to run the ball a lot to the left. You see a lot of their size on the offensive line, 6'5", 260, 6'6", 320 on the left side. But then when you go center to right side, 5'9", 260, Sanji Freeman as the center, Xavier Garcia-Hill, 5'10", 290, Alexandra Lupin, 6'1", 280. So the size and the bulk of this team is that left side. So that's something to note, and I think that's something the Vikings have to cue in on.
Certainly. Not sure what the delay is here.
So there's a false start on the offense. The ball will be moved back, and the Vikings are going to be put into a little bit of a better position after the first down run of 9 yards for the quarterback. And I think maybe the officials are just trying to get a hold on this game early before things really start to blow up. I think that was the delay of the game. So a 5-yard penalty on the play, so it's going to be 2nd down and 6 from the 24-yard line. Looking to the far side is Nelson. Merriman is in the backfield alongside with him. Merriman coming into this game, I should say, 65 rushes for 234 yards, and he's had a few good runs in this early going. Trips out to the far-hand side, a handoff to the left side over to Merriman. Merriman breaking 1 tackle off the 25-yard line, and he's upended by Anthony Munoz after a gain of, let's call it 4 on the play.
Yeah, San Joaquin Delta making an emphasis to get to the edge right now. Nobrega nearly had the ball carrier there. But
third down and short, and they're going to line up in the tush push. Vikings sending the pressure. They try to time the blitz. Able to get nice pressure off with the right-hand side, the churning legs of Nelson, and the rugby scrum going forward for a gain of 6. The Vikings were there. They did everything right, but just the powerful legs of the 6'1", 205 freshman from Lincoln High moving the pile.
Yeah, some physical football there. Who wants it more at the line? And San Joaquin Delta, and clearly Nelson did there.
First down.
Shotgun spread once more for Nelson. That's a low snap. The Vikings jumped offside. This is the free play. Back of the end zone, wide open for a touchdown. Davion Coleman all alone on the Y. And I believe this play should stand. We're going to get a penalty flag, and it actually might be against Delta as the whistle blew. I thought that might have been an offsides or something in a free play as the Vikings just stopped play. No, it is a touchdown. Offsides on the defense. That was a free play, and the Vikings shoot themselves in the foot. They weren't there. That was the easiest throw and catch you'll ever see, and the 6'3", 185 sophomore from Centennial just got his easiest touchdown of the year. Under 5 minutes to play, 13-13. Malesio trying to get 2 for 2 on the evening from the PAT. It's a low snap, brought up, and it's wide left. No good, so the score will stay at 13. So the snap for Marlon Brown was low. It was bobbled by Abraham Velasquez, and then a left side kick attempt from Malesio as he misses his 4th PAT attempt of the game. So with that, we'll take a timeout and be back on the other side for the next kickoff here on DVC Vikings Live. An electric game throughout the first 10 minutes of play. We're at the 4:57 mark, and we've got 2 touchdowns on the board on each side already. 13-13 all. Malesio ready to kick it away for the 3rd time in this opening quarter already. Austin Hertz alongside Deshaun Smith II. The speed kills package on the field for the Vikes. Ready to kick it away right to left. Malesio hasn't had an opportunity to kick it in the end zone so far. And he'll jot forward, swing away the big right leg. And the ball will be fielded down at the 6-yard line. Off the fingertips of Austin Hertz. He needs to pick this ball up. Austin Hertz picks it up. He takes a knee, and that's going to be a safety. I don't know if it didn't touch his hands. The San Joaquin Delta coaches to our right are calling safety, and I believe it was just a ball that bounced down. It did not hit Hertz, so it looks like Hertz did a good job being able to get that ball into the end zone and take a knee. Oh, my stomach dropped for just a moment there as the ball will be spotted down at the 20. Pardon me, the 25.
We were just raving about Hertz's cerebral ability as a returner there, and here he goes. Doing a great job again. It looks like our eyes deceived us once again. We thought they missed a couple PATs, a couple balls hitting hands that they didn't.
Things get spooky after daylight saving. The sky is a lot darker than we're used to. The ball blends in.
Yeah.
And the Vikings will get the ball between the hash marks from the 25-yard line after the touchback. A shotgun spread look for Jerry Johnson once more. Had a great last 2 possessions here, and a handoff over to Cribb. Cribb working the right-hand side. The ball's out. It's still onto the field, and the ball's thrown up into the air and eventually retained, and it looks like Delta might get this. Elijah Alonso tried to jump on top of that ball, and Tommy Chavez was eventually able to corral it in at the 32. So Gavin Cribb just struggling on the play. That's his first fumble of the year, and he'll lose it. So Delta, scoring on their last play, will come back out on offense and try to put their foot down in the middle. No, I don't think the kickoff man was actually, or the defender was able to bounce on top of that ball in time. So the Vikings seemed to... Yeah, so there was a fumble on the play. Cribb did fumble it. Elijah Alonso wasn't able to corral it in, but it doesn't look like the defender for San Joaquin Delta was able to do so either. So the Vikings get away with one badly here, and Cribb will come back into the game. I can tell you, he's going to hold that ball high and tight. And these are the difference between winning games and losing games. Delta in a couple close games early on in the year, they played Laney College all the way down to the last whistle a couple weeks back. And we are in a fight in this going. 4:47. It'll be 2nd down and 7 on the field in this knotted up game of 13. The Vikings have been able to get their running game going a little bit going into this one. Coming into the game, 64th out of 67 teams, only averaging 37.1 rush yards per game. So it's good to see the Vikings being able to get somewhat of a balanced attack, helping the sophomore quarterback in Jerry Johnson. Shotgun spread once more for Johnson. Cribb sidecar left off the side of him. Reaches low for the snap, and it'll be a late handoff. Cribb bounces out to the outside, finds the sideline at the 35-yard line, and Cribb continues to move the pile past. Nope, they're going to mark him down at the 39, but past the line again. And a nice pickup for Cribb, ripping forward a gain of 10 and a pickup for 1st down.
Yeah, San Joaquin in the 3-man front there, 5 versus 3, simple numbers game, great run.
And Cribb just, I mean, that was a very late handoff. It looked like Johnson didn't even want to hand the ball off, and at the last possible second put it into the back right pocket of Cribb. Ely, the lone receiver, to the near-hand side, trips out to the far-hand side. A shotgun snap for Johnson, looks towards the near-hand side, throws it across the middle once more, and that is Ely, first reception of the day, and he hurdles a defender down to the 49-yard line. Ely with the 12-yard pickup on the play. He would have been tackled for 1st down, but style points getting the extra 2 yards at the end of the play.
Yeah, DVC emphasizing finishing these runs tonight with some oomph.
And Ely will line up as the near side receiver here, closest in the trips. From the far hash mark, it's Johnson once more, shifting Cribb over to the right hip. Out of the shotgun set, a snap over to the chest and a handoff into the belly of Cribb. And Cribb tackled down on top of the C of the DVC logo after a gain of 4.
Yeah, San Joaquin Delta running a lot of weak fronts, and DVC will take 5 yards on a run every time.
David Rodriguez making the tackle for Delta College. And yeah, I mean, it's just play the numbers game. That's one thing the Vikings haven't necessarily had advantage with. Is we've seen a lot of 4- and 5-man boxes here. But tonight, a 3-man front in the nickel, and the Vikings are really just taking advantage of it. 15 seconds left on the play clock, and then a handoff over to the right side. Cribb shimmies his way forward, holds on to the ball at the end of the play. A flag comes in. I believe it's going to be a holding or maybe another unsportsmanlike conduct call, but a nice pick on the play by Gavin Cribb. It'll be a gain of about 12 yards on the play, depending on what this flag is. Jacob Gunard, the linebacker, coming up with the tackle. And Cribb really had to hold that ball tight because at the end of the play, it looked like they were just trying to strip that ball from his hands.
Yeah, you mentioned high and tight earlier, and Cribb's holding true to it. He's not letting go of that ball.
And I believe the call is going to go against Mikael Ely. Another personal foul. And the Vikings just got to get out of their own way. Doing a terrific job getting the running game going, but what is this, the 6th we've seen in this early going? We're not even out of the 1st.
It's bizarre. It's crazy. Roller coaster of emotions tonight for us in the booth and the fans.
And after a very nice pickup for a 1st down, the Vikings shoot themselves in the foot once more. Mikael Ely knows he wants that ball back, and I don't expect him to get another one on him. So the Vikings will face his 2nd out and 14 after the play is called back. 2:51 counting down here in the 1st quarter of play. Jerry Johnson out in the shotgun once more. Blitz comes. Johnson rolls out to his right-hand side. The Vikings able to pick it up. Johnson, plenty of time to throw. Throws it late over the top. Drops into the bucket at the 20-yard line. And it's just a wide-open score for the Vikes. Trying to get a number. I believe that is Ellis Dean. The ball was thrown a little behind him. Ellis Dean turned his back completely to the ball, caught at the 15, and just took it in for the tug. That's actually Deshaun Smith the second getting the touchdown. So got one wiped off the board to start the game on the kickoff return, and he pays it back that time. So another quick hitter for a touchdown for the Vikings, and they'll look to dot the I on the PAT once more. Snap is up, hold is down, kick is up. And it's good. Crosses the T on the PAT for the second time this evening. And just like that, Vikes 20, Mustangs 13, 2:35 remaining here in this first quarter of play. And we've got an offensive brawl and barrage here at Vikings Stadium to close out the season on sophomore night on DVC Vikings Live. Kickoff. 13 minutes off the board, and we've got a huge score ready. 20 Vikings, 13 Delta. Vikings kicking away left to right once more. It's going to be Michael Vaccaro kicking it away to Merriman. And can't quite get a number. I believe that's Joe Cohen, the other player. The ball bounced down to the 20-yard line. It'll be fielded down to the 15. Reversing the field out to the 15-yard line. Now to the 20. And a hard upending hit as Caden Merriman is upended after a nice return on the play. Jaden Price making the tackle, and about a 15-yard return from him. Or from Merriman, I should say. So the ball will be spotted down at the 24-yard line as Delta will get the ball. You know, I think Mikhail Ely on that last one just said, hey, let me give my guy some more yardage there. Deshaun, I don't think you've had enough yardage on the year. Let me just get you another 15 yards for you to be able to get that catch into the end zone.
We talked about the receivers blocking. The receivers are all playing for one another tonight.
A 54-yard passing touchdown last time around. And now let's see what I believe that's the other quarterback for Delta. Now they do run two quarterbacks as it's a handoff over the right-hand side now. And a carry for about 6 on the play as Warwick Hoban makes the tackle. And so Nick Coronado coming in, the 5'9 freshman out of Kimball. And this is the first time we're seeing him. We get a few different looks from Kimball. So Nelson is more of the runner. I mean, obviously he does both. But Coronado is more of the passing quarterback. 720 yards, 57 for 110, and another handoff over to Merriman as Merriman able to turn the corner over to the 40, and some good hustle from the defensive lineman Nathan Kinsey, able to push him out of bounds, but not quickly enough as it's a nice little pickup for Merriman, and the ball will be spotted down at the 44-yard line.
Great job by Kinsey, the 6'5", 255 lineman, tracking down the small speedy Merriman, I should add.
I haven't seen a pass attempt from Coronado so far, but we might see it on 1st down and 10 from the 44 now. Snap is off, fakes the handoff, looks near side, throws it, and it's caught at the 46. A tackle broken. Vikings continue to miss tackles as the pass was brought in by Simeon Sims. And Sims he made the Vikings look like a fool for just a moment as he goes forward for a gain of 16.
Great timing on the route. Timing is crucial on those comeback routes. Beautiful ball, beautiful catch.
Coronado 1 for 1 so far in the evening. And a work out of a trip set once more. A handoff left side. And what should have been a tackle for loss made by Nico Bowler will end up turning into a gain of 2. Just a really physical job taken and done by the 180 freshman out of Lodi in Merriman. So they'll officially only call it a gain of 1 on the play. So it'll be 2nd down and 9. And that's actually Bowen into the game now alongside Coronado. Some big receivers here, 6'3", 6'2". A bunch of guys over 6 feet tall here. And it'll be a shotgun look once more for Coronado. Head high snap, another handoff. It's right. It's going between the guard and the tackle. And Amir Bowen, the freshman out of Weston Ranch, picks up a 1st down on a gain of 10 on the play. Jordan Boog Davis coming back, played his first game since Reedley College last time against Laney and had a pretty good one, making a few late tackles. Comes up for the tackle here, but it's still a 1st down. A free play now. Coronado goes for it all. far hand side. The ball drops down at the 1 yard line. He tried to toss it over to Coleman, who got the last touchdown for Delta College. But instead, it's going to be a 5-yard penalty against the Vikings for an offsides. Zane, do you think the Vikings are just getting a little ahead of themselves? It looks like the tempo and the pressure of this Delta offense is maybe getting to them a little bit.
Yeah, these guys are really playing physical, and they're pushing the ball downfield with some pace. So one thing I noted also is on the last penalty that DVC had, they stopped playing. If there's an offsides, we got to keep going. There's a little pause in the middle of the play. Can't have that.
Yeah, it looked like the defensive lineman paused, but then the defensive backs they're not going to make the same mistake twice. So the penalty will bring us to the end of the quarter, and after 15 minutes of play, we've got a 20-12 game. A battle for fourth place here in the Big Six Conference is turning into a good one as DVC leads the Mustangs of San Joaquin Delta 20-13 after the first quarter of play. Back on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. Back here at Vikings Stadium as the Vikings have a 20-13 lead on the Mustangs, but the Mustangs doing a terrific job here on this drive with their second quarterback, Nick Cortado. They run a 2-quarterback set. Some scores from across the way as Vikings basketball team went over to West Hills Coalinga, and it was knotted up at 37 at halftime, but Coalinga takes it 91-79 at the end of the play. And at the end of this play, it'll be an incomplete pass as Coronado throws it into double coverage. It'll be 2nd down and 5.
Yeah, same concept as DVC was running. You see that press man coverage, you want to throw it to the outside, but for the case of DVC,
Jaden Price was in the coverage alongside, I believe it was 23. I think that was Joseph Miner. He's listed as a running back, but yeah, double coverage over the top. 2nd down and 5, and it'll be a handoff to the right-hand side over to Bowen. Bowen uses the speed to get to the outside, and he's eventually wrangled down at the 12-yard line, and it looks like maybe a face mask will get him an additional, I don't even think you can get 15 at this point, so half the distance to the goal as Dylan Leo just ripped him down from the face mask. And that seems to be what the officials are talking to head coach Austin Corrali about. Interim head coach here for the Vikings in his first year. And that's exactly what it is. It was Dylan Leo making the tackle, but hands got a little too high. Yanked down on the face mask, and half the distance to the goal later, it'll be 1st down and goal from the 6. Tight bunch off the right-hand side. 2 receivers stacked up on the left side as well, and a handoff once more. Upended at just about the 3, but the momentum of Amir Bowen pushes him forward for a 6-yard rush and a touchdown for San Joaquin Delta. 20-19, Delta looking to tie it up after the PAT here with just about 24 seconds elapsed here in the second quarter of play.
some great running from San Joaquin. The three-headed monster of Nelson, Merriman, and Bowen are just punishing this DVC defense right now.
And the Vikings coming into this game just hasn't been a great unit stopping the run, allowing 186.2 yards per game, 59 out of 67 in 3C2A, and San Joaquin Delta taking advantage of that tonight. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up, crosses the T on the PAT once more, and we're knotted up at 20 apiece. So
Great moment for me and Max in the booth to correctly see the PAT this time.
It's been some tough sledding here up in the booth. We've seen some phantom calls left and right, but the officials are the ones that matter. And they're standing right underneath the uprights to be able to get that ball through. So the Vikings have done it with pace, and they've done it on big plays. And on the other side for Delta, they've done it with pace as well, but they've done it just chugging and fighting along, really playing a physical brand of football that they weren't really able to get off with against the Bulldogs of San Mateo College last week. But a different matchup here in a battle for 4th place in the basics. So it's number 18 coming out here now for the Vikings. That's Damani Burrell alongside Austin Hertz. So Vikings looking to answer with some more speed. The deep threat for the Vikings traditionally coming to this game, the sophomore out of San Lorenzo, Damani Burrell, the transfer from Chabot College 1 year ago. Kicking it left to right once more, Malesio, the sophomore out of Patterson. 1 touchback on the evening so far. And he'll look to put as much leg behind this kick as possible as he kicks it away left to right. Gold domes, white jerseys, white pants with the golden trim and the black numerals as the ball will be returned for the Vikings from the 8-yard line. It's Austin Hertz bringing it in. Austin Hertz runs into his own man over at the 21-yard line. And the tackle was made by Merriman over at the 21. And another flag. Man, I'm getting sick of this laundry on the field. Likely going to be a hold on the Vikings with the way that they've spotted this ball up to this point. And it is a hold. 17 on the Vikings was the man called for the hold, and that is Yannick Berg, the wide receiver as well as special teams player now. And so now the Vikings coming out, they're going to be well behind the original 20, and this ball is going to be spotted down eventually at the, let's call it the 11. So with the way that the Vikings have been playing so far tonight, they've been beating this man coverage across the board, so starting field position might not mean much to them, but honestly, you still don't want to be in this bad position to get it started.
Especially off a self-inflicted wound, which has been the theme for DVC tonight. Let's see if they can overcome it on this drive.
And the way it's looking like, the last person to have the ball might be the one that wins the game with the way scoring has been happening right and left. And the Vikings with Johnson alongside Kenneth Atkins II will line up for the near hash mark. From the 10-yard line, Johnson takes a head-high snap, looks across the middle of the field, and it's thrown into the breadbasket of Brian Pierce Jr. Pierce Jr. just doing a terrific job being able to crowd that ball so close to the ground. It'll get about a 9.5-yard gain on the play, and a terrific job by the umpire there, realizing what play was coming at him, and it hits the ground, doesn't up down, and allows the play to ensue. So
great job by Johnson there. If you stare pressure in the face and deliver a great ball also.
Second down and short. Let's see if the Vikings take a shot in this position here. They'll come out in the shotgun once more. Johnson, outstretched arms, and a flag. It was a handoff up the middle and likely going to be a false start on the Vikings, as you can hear the frustration from the from the box over to the left of us. So the Mustangs are to the right of us here tonight, and the Vikings are to the left of us here. Two staffs in the booth this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. So after the 5-yard penalty, the Vikings will still be in a good position here. It'll be second down and 6 from the 15. So second down and intermediate. And it looked like the Vikings actually wanted to run the ball, so maybe we see a couple different runs on the play, I should say, with Kenneth Atkins. And getting some communication between Jerry Johnson and I believe that was Damani Burnell lining up in the slot. Lone receiver to the near-hand side is Ely. Trips out to the forehand side. High snap, handled well, throwing over into the dirt. He tried to get the ball over to Burrell, who I think he might have audibled into getting a hot route. But instead, the safety, Elliot Grigsby, was the nearest player onto the field, so the Vikings facing a 3rd down and 6 now. Hurrying to the ball, and same formation. with this man-to-man coverage across the board. If they send 4 with Jacoby Wynn off the edge, I could see maybe a quick slant to Mikel Ely on the near-hand side as he's all alone on an island. Johnson steadies his feet, and it's another false start on the Vikings. I believe that might actually be a snap infraction from the center, Eric Asfit, as it looked like everybody was going, but the ball just stayed there half a second late. Yeah, so false start on the entire team. That means it's a snap infraction or a mistake on the center. So a 5-yard penalty will push the Vikings back, and they've had a lot of success on offense so far this evening, but this is just not going to work for you. You already have bad starting field position from the 11, and now after some positive plays and some penalties, you're spotted right back at the 10-yard line. Vikings need something, and they need something badly here. And they're lining up for the same formation as the defensive line shifts to the right-hand side. It's a 4-man front for San Joaquin Delta. 2 safeties over the top in the dime. Johnson fires far side into double coverage. And outside of the outstretched arms of Brian Pierce Jr. Pierce Jr. dove and gave 150% effort as he tried to bring that ball in at the 48, but just unable to connect with this sophomore quarterback. And we're going to see a punt for the first time today. We're actually seeing a punt.
Yeah, frustrating drive for DVC. You overcome the first penalty by getting it to 2nd and 1 just to end up at 3rd and 11.
And so the Vikings booting it away with Zane Hall. And the deep man is Coleman. Low end-over-end kick. This will take a Vikings bounce, hit the ground at the 40, and continues to dribble down inside of the 45-yard line, eventually drop down to the 43. So it looked like a bad one coming off the foot turns into an, I mean, that's about as good as you can really ask for in that situation. Able to flip the sides of the field, and the Vikings will play defense starting at the 43.
Yeah, always uncomfortable to punt from your own end zone there, and happy to get to the other side of the 50 for the DVC.
47-yard punt officially by Zane Hall, and the Vikings need to stop badly. We saw in the first drive that the Vikings were able to actually get into a position to possibly get a couple different turnovers. So let's see what's in store for this San Joaquin Delta offense as Nick Coronado comes out once more leading the charge. Did a good job with a lot of help from the running game of Caden Merriman and Amir Bowen. And it's going to be Coronado handing off to the left-hand side over to Merriman once more. Merriman just storming through the left side of the line for a gain of 3. And that tackle was made by Joshua Lyston, the freshman out of Dublin High School. 2nd down and 8, officially a gain of 2 on the play at the 13-minute mark here in the second quarter of play. A 20-20 game here. Both teams have scored 4 times, and both teams have missed PATs. So a heavier look here as the tight end lines up on the left-hand side. And it's going to be Coronado. Fakes the handoff, looks near side, throws the go route down the far sideline. And, just a terrific job at the end of the play, breaking the ball up by Adrian Mache. Mache had help over the top, so he knew he could make a play underneath as they tried to throw the go route to the near-hand side over to Coleman. And Mache just swats that ball away.
Great rep from Mache. A back turn to the ball, raised the receiver's eyes, puts his hands right with the catch point. Great job.
So it's going to be 3rd down and long. And before I say that, picked up 8 offers coming to this game. So a bunch of different levels. NINA D2. Adrian Mache will be playing at the next level, I'll tell you that. 3rd down and 8 from the 45-yard line at the 12:41 mark. Behind the chains is Coronado out of the shotgun. Belt high snap. He takes a 7-step drop, rolls out to his left-hand side. Eyes are down the field, and he's just smothered here at the 42. It looked like maybe a lowering the head, but we do not see a penalty on the play as Isaiah Nobriga came up and laid the lumber on the quarterback. A sack on the play, and the Vikings will force a punt. Back-to-back punts after consecutive scores left and right. And for the first time, we'll see what the legs of Adrian Malesio has to offer in the punting game. Deep man for the Vikings. Actually, I believe this is actually the 2nd punt here, as Brian Pierce Jr. had a nice return last time around. But 2nd punt of the day now. Low wiggling punt. Fielded down at the 26, or pardon me, let's call it the 26, and just ran into a flurry of Mustangs defenders out to the 29-yard line. So They're going to spot it down to the 30. A very difficult situation for Brian Pierce Jr. there as he ping-ponged off a kickman for or a special teams player for Delta. And the Vikings, after punting the ball away, force a punt on defense, and they'll have the ball at the 11:53 mark here in the second quarter.
Yeah, held your breath there watching that because he caught the ball and pretty instantaneously hit the blocker.
So the ball will be marked down at the 30-yard line, and the Vikings will come out. They had some offensive production last time around, but just penalties moved them behind the chain, so let's see if they can get back into their groove. On sophomore night, Jerry Johnson, the sophomore, will hand the ball over to the right-hand side. That's over to number 23. That's Joseph Miner, the sophomore out of Vacaville Wood High School. And the first carry of the day for Joseph Miner goes for a gain of zilch. Second down and 10. I think they might give him maybe half a yard. I think it's actually just going to stay here. Second down and 10. Miner will stand alongside Johnson as he makes the call, grasping his fingers together here, barking out the offense. Shotgun look from the far hash mark. Ball comes into his chest, throws it near side, and a diving attempt by Damani Burrell, but wasn't able to bring that ball in. And I want to see Jerry Johnson do a little bit different. We've seen a lot of underthrow ball on these outside cutting routes. Johnson's just throwing it a little short on maybe 2 yards short of his receivers almost every single time in that situation.
Yeah, you're loving the play calls. They're sitting in the spread. They're getting good looks. It's just the lack of execution here.
Yeah, Johnson's made able to throw the deep ball very well tonight, but the intermediate routes haven't necessarily been there. We've talked about this all year long. Johnson has the tools required to be able to get things done, but it's been the consistency that's been the issue, and we're seeing consistency right there. Trips in the near side. It's Johnson out of the shotgun once more. Pressure comes late. Johnson throws across the middle. It's Burrell breaking one tackle at the 45-yard line, the 35, and Burrell spins out of the second one as he is just swirled down, put into the blender, getting a gain of 14 and a first down here at the 44.
We were just talking about those intermediate throws. These receivers are really running after the catch tonight. It's a matter of getting the ball to them.
Hurrying up to the line quickly here. Miner still in the backfield alongside Johnson. Johnson under center this time. Nope. He'll take a step back and it'll work out of the gun once more. A four-man front for Delta. Man across the board, and it's a handoff over to Miner. And Miner just swarmed immediately into the hole. Jacob Gignard doing a terrific job just being able to fill that hole. It looked like the opportunity was there for Joseph Miner to be able to make a play, but after the terrific opening that the offensive line gave him, only able to get one on the play. From the 45-yard line, Johnson motions his arms, just the Johnny Bravo boogie with me as he makes the call. Working out the gun once more. Johnson with the three-step drop. Goes over to his third option and right into the bucket of a linebacker caught out the 50-yard line as he intercepts the ball out of bounds at the 30. And that was just Jacob Gignard doing that was just a wide open shot for him. Just a bad placement on the ball for Jerry Johnson. Threw it right into the zone coverage. It looked like he was trying to find his running back into the wheel route on the far sideline, but just misread the zone. Maybe he read man across the board, and a nice interception made by Delta as the Vikings turned the ball over. What started out as an offensive firehouse of a game, 20 points scored in the first quarter of play, and now Delta are in another scoring position here as they will have some terrific field position after the interception from Gignard over to the 25. And it looks like Coronado will stay into the game, so you expect to see them switch back and forth between Nelson and Coronado. Nelson had a lot of success early on, and now Coronado has gotten every single snap here in the second quarter. A handoff over to Merriman on the jet sweep. Merriman cuts it back up to the 20-yard line, and Merriman with a gain of 5 on the play. Just some creative play calling from Delta. We've seen this, lining up your running back in the slot and the motioning him across, getting him that running start and a productive play of 5 yards on first down.
Yeah, Merriman showing off some versatility tonight.
In a lineup in the backfield this time, trips out to the far side. Head high snap, handoff right side over to Merriman. He works behind his offensive guard as he breaks a tackle to the 15. Slipped at the end of the play, but he was able to pick up a first down after a gain of 6 on the play. And just a terrific job from the big left tackle pulling around. It looked like they did that old, the sweep play as Clayton And Clayton Barnett led the way. First down and 10 inside of the red zone from the 14-yard line. Coronado out of the gun once more. A handoff, a patient run up the gut. And Caden Merriman continues to gash the Vikings interior defense forward for a gain of 8 inside of the 10-yard line, marked down at the 7.
Merriman showing off some impressive patience, really just putting his hand on the lineman's bottom and just following him until he runs for about 6 yards.
Gain of 6 on the play, so it'll be gain of 5 on the play, so a 2nd down and 5. Runs into the back of his offensive line as Merriman is eventually tackled by a Vikings player. I believe that was Jaden Price filling the hole from his safety spot. And Price stops Merriman after a gain of 3, so it'll be 3rd down and 2 now.
Great job by Price coming down from his defensive back position to make that tackle.
So let's see what they elect to do. We saw the tush push a couple different times with the other quarterback, Nelson, but we'll see the gun once more for Coronado, the much smaller back at 5'9", 160. Fakes the handoff, and nope, he does give the ball up over to Merriman, and Merriman was just swarmed down by Nico Bowler and company. Nico Bowler triggered perfectly, read the play, showed the patience, made the tackle for loss. Merriman lost 2 on the play, and now we're not going to actually see a kick unit in, and at the last possible second, we will see San Joaquin Delta send in their special teams. That's what I thought they were going to do, but it looked like the offensive coordinator wanted one badly, but this is the right play to make. Take the lead here at the 7:35-minute mark here in the second quarter and see what Malesiel is able to do. 7 for 11 on field goals with a 38 long on the year, and from this spot, it'll be just about a 37-yarder. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up, and wide left. No good. Vikings defense holds after the unsuccessful field goal attempt. And one thing I do want to mention here, so San Joaquin Delta's home field is actually a high school field, and the uprights are a little wider at the high school level, so maybe just practicing on that field gave him the opportunity and the feel of it, but in this situation, misses the field goal attempt. 7 for 12 on the year now. And the Vikings get the stop, holding it to 20.
Great job by that Viking defense. We're getting ran on all drive, and they clamped down and said we had enough at the red zone. Great job.
Yeah, they got just enough pressure to be able to force that kick push left. A little bit of a breeze here on this slightly chilly evening in Pleasant Hill. Viking Stadium here as the Vikings trying to take a lead. 20-20 is our score, and another false start or before the play whistle on the Vikings. We don't have live stats tonight, but we'll try to get something from Shappy running the stats tonight. He usually gets to us after the game, but I want to know what the total number of penalties and the total yardage off those penalties are tonight, because I believe it's got to be over 100 in this early going.
I'll tell you one thing, it's too much and too much for both of those categories.
Yeah, absolutely. Verse 15. Vikings trying to put an emphasis at the end of the year. A trying year all across the board, but trying to send the sophomores off with the victory here. Belt high snap, a handoff over to Cribb. Cribb with plenty of space up the gut. And Gavin Cribb springs his way forward for a gain of 7 on the play, making it 2nd down and 8. And the linebacker Jacoby Wynn ends up making the tackle for the Mustangs, and the Vikings working with pace once more at 2nd down and 7 from the 22-yard line with 6:50 remaining here in the second quarter of play. Running back in the backfield is Kenneth Atkins, the second once more, and he'll be lined up sidecar right to Jerry Johnson out of the gun. Chest high snap. Johnson taking a 3-step drop. Johnson throws across the middle off the fingertips of Brian Pierce Jr. Brian Pierce had a step on his defensive back. That was David Sigapulu, but just unable to bring it in. It'll be 3rd down and 8 after another flag. Oh, and it's a roughing the passer this time around. We've seen Johnson stay in the pocket and deliver some strikes tonight, and it pays off here as just a little too much physicality from the rush of the Delta Mustangs will end up giving the Vikings the first down.
Yeah, Vikings finally getting some good fortune from the Zebras tonight. No more self-inflicted wounds. They'll get a drive saver right there.
Knock on wood, right? We've seen a few unsportsmanlike penalties on Delta so far in this game, but the last handful of fouls went against the Vikings. 3 receivers out to the far side. It's another handoff over to Atkins, left side, a jump forward, and just pulled a defender down to the 41-yard line as David Rodriguez makes the tackle. Gain of 4 on the play for Atkins. It was Jaden Crawford coming alongside with Rodriguez making the tackle. From the 40.5-yard line, the Vikings facing a 2nd down and 6 with 6:05 remaining here. Same formation. Lone receiver to the near side as Ely. Heels are on the 0 of the 40. 8 seconds left on the play clock. Snap is off. They'll throw a go route over to Ely as Ely reaches over the top and brings the ball in at the 40. 20-yard reception for Mikel Ely. And he hasn't been targeted too much tonight, but every time he has, it's been a big rip of this Delta defense. And the Vikings working with pace once more. Ely trying to get the call from his running back, Jerry Johnson, as he calls out the snap count over to the offensive line. Chest high snap, pressure comes, throws across the middle, and once more off the fingertips of the intended receiver, Brian Pierce Jr., and it looked like just a little bit too much hand fighting by David Sigapulu, but no flag on the play.
Yeah, Pierce wanted the flag on that one. Did not get it.
Vikings facing a 2nd down and 10 from the 39-yard line of the Mustangs here. And I believe this is going to be a false start in the Vikings. The rush came off the left side of the line by Jacob Lentice. And then the false start once again. Something I want to note as well is the Vikings this year have traditionally been a huddle-up team running to the line of scrimmage, but today they elected to go with pace, and it's been paying off in every regard except for the false starts. About 4 or 5 false starts on this early evening here for the Vikings at the 55-57-minute mark here of the second quarter. And they work with the 3 receivers set to the far side once more. Johnson with Cribb. Johnson throwing late across the middle. It's Mikel Ely. A little bit of a shimmy with the upper body, but a good job tackling the hips by Javier Gonzalez. And on 2nd down, Ely picks up about 11 yards on the play, making it 3rd down and 4. 3rd and 4 officially on the field here from the 33-yard line inside of 5 minutes to play, as the Vikings looking to convert a 3rd and intermediate. Pressure comes off the edge. Johnson feels it, throws off the fingertips, and it's no good. It went off the hands of Deshaun Smith II. And we were talking about Johnson needing to be a little bit better in terms of ball placement. He's been on the money. I mean, he's just done it perfectly, but now his receivers are dropping these balls.
Yeah, it's crazy. The plays are there. The execution's just lacking, and it's every group tonight. It's the penalties, it's the quarterback, it's the receiver.
And Deshaun Smith II will go to the near hand side and be the lone receiver. Or no, they're actually lining up in a shotgun spread now. And a timeout taken by the Vikings. I like this one. Take a second, drop a very nice play, and convert on this very valuable 4th down and 4 from the 33. So we'll take the time and alongside the players on the field, and we'll be back on the other side here in this 20-20 game at the 4:53-minute mark of the second quarter here on DVC Vikings Live. After a very fast-paced first quarter of play, 20 points 4 touchdowns scored in that opening quarter. It's been a shutout throughout 10 minutes of play here, and it's going to be 4th down and 4 as the Vikings look to convert here from the 33-yard line of Delta. Shotgun spread. The crowd's getting behind it. Chest high snap. Throwing the screen pass to the left-hand side and just through the fingertips of Deshaun Smith II once more. The play call was there, and now some fighting on the far side as a player without a helmet is coming onto the field and fighting. So if this is a penalty, I believe it still will be a turnover on downs, and then the penalty will be enforced after the play. The Vikings with 11 penalties, if I'm not mistaken, worth over 100 yards, and let's see if this is going to be the 12th. So it's an unsportsmanlike penalty called against Kate Merriman on the far sideline. It's the running back. So there was a unsportsmanlike called on the Vikings as well. And so one penalty on one side, another penalty on the other side. So there are no penalties on the field. Or actually, it's no penalty yardage. So Delta will get the ball after the Vikings turn it over on downs for, Zane, what is that, the second or is that the third time tonight?
I believe the third time.
So 3 turnovers on downs for the Vikings. I believe that is 10 for 33 now in the year. Going for a lot on 4th down this season. So the ball will actually get moved forward, so I'm a little confused on the situation. I think maybe they're going to move it forward and walk it back. No, they're going to set it down, so I thought it was going to be personal fouls called on both sides. But I think they actually just got the number called wrong. They called it on number 3, which would have been the running back Merriman, but I believe they actually enforced it against Brian Pierce Jr., the wide receiver for the Vikes. So the ball will be placed down at the 49-yard line of the Mustangs, and the Mustangs are going to work with their backup quarterback, or pardon me, second quarterback, because they do run that 2-quarterback set. Nick Coronado taking all the snaps here in the second. A handoff goes the way of Bowen, and Bowen just had nowhere to go. Cameron Moore leading the way alongside Nathan Kinsey, the 2 defensive linemen swarming down onto the ball, closing up the running lanes, and a loss of 2 on the play.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that right side of the line for San Joaquin smaller, and there we go with big 6'7" Cameron Moore making a great play there.
Yeah, and the Vikings, after that loss, you can tell they need some size on the court, and they will get some after this game. The Vikings will not be eligible for a bowl game, unfortunately. So a screen pass to the near side goes over to Coleman. Coleman breaks free at the 40, the 31 man to beat at the 20-yard line, and he's upended a touchdown-saving tackle made by Jaden Price, who had worked his way all the way across the formation. But what looked like a play that was read all the way through ends up still being a gain of 40-plus yards on the play. So the ball will be spotted down at the 13-yard line, and hurrying to the line quickly is Delta College trying to break the goose egg. A free play here. A pass to the back of the end zone. And every single time there's a free play, and there's been more than we can really count, as the ball went over to Coleman for another attempt. 5-yard penalty on the play for the Vikes. Offsides going against DVC. So an opportunity to go ahead and try to score last time for Delta sputtered out in about the same area, as they were not able to convert on a field goal attempt. So it'll be 1st down and 5 from the 8-yard line. Ability to pick up the 1st down to the 4. Up back off the left side. It's actually a tight end rather, as it's Victor. 3-step drop. It's going to be a quarterback keeper wiggling his way through the pack. Cameron Moore able to make the tackle at the end of the play. Call it a sack as Cameron Moore comes out and makes the hit over at the 10-yard line. And it looked like just it's a little bit different between Nelson, the big body guy, and the 5'9" scat quarterback in Coronado.
Yeah, we haven't seen Nelson in a while. They're here in the red zone. You would think they'd like to go 11-on-11 football here, but they're electing to go with Coronado.
I think they're just doing it by quarters. They got one quarterback playing the first quarter and the other quarterback playing the second. That's the only explanation that makes sense. We'll see if my hypothesis proves true in just about 3:11 of game time. Another handoff over to Merriman. Merriman just nowhere to go as Nathan Kinsey, the freshman out of Foothill High School, gets a hit on the running back and a tackle made at the 10. So After the first down and 5, it'll turn to a 3rd down and 7 from the 10. Offense just hasn't necessarily found its groove after that screen pass. Lone receiver to the near side is Coleman out of the shotgun once more. Is Coronado, and Merriman's off his left hip. Vikings putting pressure in the box. Vikings send the pressure. The pass over to the near-hand side. Coleman reaching forward, dragged down, but not in time. Tanner Smiley came forward to try to make the hit, but Coleman will break the scoring drought of the second quarter, and Delta will get the first touchdown of the second quarter to make it a 26-20 point game at the 2:29 mark of the second quarter.
Yeah, Mache on the coverage there nearly had the pass breakup, but that's unfortunate timing.
Yeah, it looked like they were almost in zone coverage, and then they just dropped it back a little bit short. Left the opening for the 6'3" arms of Coleman, and Coleman, for the second time today, gets a touchdown. Trying to cross the T on the PAT, and able to do so straight through the uprights, and it's 27-26 for the Mustangs here at Viking Stadium in this Veterans Day evening. Back on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. Back on the field here in Vikings Stadium. Vikings trying to answer. Had some success, but turned it over on downs the last time they were out on the field. So they'll line up with their kick return men, Damani Burrell, as well as Austin Hertz. Booting it away for the nth time today. It's going to be Malesio. Lineup at the 30 is the kickoff team, and the Vikings 2 return men line up at the 5. A little bit of a shift from last week. We saw the Vikings line up with some 1 returner sets, and we go back to the traditional 2. It's a pooch kick. That'll be brought down at the 25-yard line, picked up by one of the upbacks running down the sideline, and a pickup of 10 after the play. We've seen Siofolu Salae make a lot of plays in special teams this year, and he does it once more.
Yeah, and he's going to get some love from the sideline. Once again, the unsung heroes on special teams making some plays tonight.
Yeah, we've seen a few different fakes this year, and now we see Big 41 running on the sideline. And the moment he got the ball in his hands, he said, hey, why not?
Got the ball, might as well truck someone, right?
Absolutely. From the 38-yard line, the Vikings will work with 2:27 remaining here in the second quarter, trying to answer the punch of Delta College. Delta will get it back on the other side of the break. Chest high, throw to the forehand side, and brought in at the 45, eventually tackled down at the 51. That was Deshaun Smith II making the catch. So he dropped the ball last time around, or actually had the ball go over his head on the screen pass last time around, and Burrell making up for it there, bringing the ball up to the 49. 3 receivers set to the near side, and that's Atkins bouncing out, breaks 1 tackle out to the 40, and a rip of 13 on the play, as I believe that's going to be maybe a face mask or some sort of penalty on the Mustangs after it all. And the tackle made by number 18 for Delta College, that is Elliot Gigsby, the safety. So at the 2:01 minute mark, they'll discuss it, and it's holding against the Vikings. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 13th penalty, maybe 14th penalty for the Vikings now.
I was just about to compliment the Vikings for not getting a penalty after 2 positive plays, but here we are, 1st and 10.
So 1st and 10 and a half, I guess you can call it here. The clock is going to continue to run here. I don't know if the Vikings know that. They need to hurry up here. Ball spotted down at the 48-yard line. And they will work out of the 3 receiver set once more. Mikel Ely on the far-hand side will be the lone receiver. Atkins and Johnson in the backfield. Johnson, the quarterback, awaits the ball. Offsides on the defense. The swing pass over into the flats. That's caught by Atkins. A jump cut out to the 50, and the wiggle, the spin, the quarter turn. And Atkins with a gain of 8, and an injured player on the other side for San Joaquin Delta as he's marked down at he's laboring at the 41. So that'll be about 2 yards shy. Vikings will likely decline the penalty on the play, and a timeout for injury on the field, as I believe that is Taiwan January on the field. And we hope he's able to get off on his own power, but really hurting here as he gets the attention of the athletic trainers here at the 1:32-minute mark here of the second quarter on DVC Vikings Live. Back on the field here as January needs some help getting off the field. One of the leading tacklers for this San Joaquin Delta team. Tied up with Jaden Crawford. It's Taiwan January who needed some help off. 36 total tackles, 3 sacks, and 8 tackles for loss coming into this game. Some quick clerical work here. So the Vikings elected to decline the penalty on offsides because they did get the 8-yard pass from Johnson over to Kenneth Atkins II. So it'll be 2nd down and 2 now at the 1:32-minute mark. From the near hash, it's a traditional spread look. Johnson calling it audible. The rush linebacker works off the left side now. A good chip in the backfield, giving time to throw across the middle. And Damani Burrell unable to bring it in. That ball hit him right in the fingertips. It looked like maybe just a miscalculation from Burrell. Instead of going pinky ring finger trying to catch it with 2 hands, he reached out 1 hand, just tried to bring that ball in, and the speed threat unable to make the catch. 3rd down and 2 now. In this situation, not necessarily a bad thing. You take the shot on 2nd down and possibly run it up the gut now with Atkins. Atkins has had a lot of room to operate underneath. Going to line up in the shotgun off the right hip of Johnson. It's a pass. Johnson stepping forward. Johnson tries to throw it over to Ely, who would have made the catch if not for a pass interference call. Jaden Lang, the cornerback, just tackled Ely before he even had an opportunity to make that grab, and that's a no-no. Vikings will get the 1st down via penalty this time around. So because of the way the situation works, it'll be 15 yards from the spot of the foul. So the foul was called down at the 34-yard line of the Mustangs, and the Vikings are going to march forward from that point.
Yeah, Vikings having a good drive here. Let's see if they can cap it off with some points.
So the ball should be spotted down there. It sounded like it was going to come down to the 21, but instead the officials will set it up here. A little confusion between the booth and the officials on the field, but the Vikings will get the 1st down here from the 34. Chest high snap once more. A throw to the near-hand side. And a diving catch brought in by Brian Pierce Jr. Just a terrific full-out effort down to the 29-yard line before he was knocked out by David Sagapulu. Quickly to the ball once more. Vikings switching the playbook around here on sophomore night. And at the 101 mark, Vikings get the snap off. Another throw across the middle. It's Mikel Ely clearing space out to the 20-yard line. Puts the toe into the dirt. And he dives forward to the 10.
That is the second time that Mikel Ely has been wide open over the middle of the field. That is a no-no for the San Joaquin defense.
20-yard reception on the play, and the Vikings hurry up trying to score at the 46-second mark. Barking at the call here. Trips out to the near side, and a timeout taken on the field. Delta College will take the timeout this time around. So the ball will be spotted down, first down and goal from the 9-yard line on the other side of the timeout here on DVC Vikings Live. .45 seconds left on the clock as the adjustments were made during the timeout. And the Vikings with 2 timeouts in their pocket. San Joaquin Delta with 2 in their pocket. Vikings trying to score here, first down and goal from the 9. Ely, the lone receiver to the far side. Out of the trip set, it's going to be a throw across the middle. And it's an in-cutting route by Brian Pierce Jr., and the Vikings will likely take a timeout as the catch was made down at the 2-yard line before Wright Garcia was able to make the tackle. So with 2 timeouts in your pocket, I believe, 1 after the timeout taken by the Vikings. We'll keep it here for just a moment. Vikings have the opportunity to possibly run the ball. They've done so pretty well with Gavin Cribb as well as Atkins. The only running back that wasn't really able to get much going was the sophomore Joseph Miner for the Vikings. But Vikings are in a good position here despite the fact that San Joaquin Delta will get the ball back on the other side of the half. I mean, this offense has really found its groove once again after a tough start to the second quarter.
Yeah, offense is living in that spread trips look, and they're here at the 3-yard line now, so let's see if they end up changing up their look.
Yeah, I could see something, maybe a spread. The Vikings just don't really go into center. I could possibly see maybe a 2-back set with Cribb and Atkins, and just having a lead blocker charge in front of you as you try to spring forward for the touchdown. The ball spotted down at the 2-yard line. You have the ability to run the ball, like I said before, at the 39-second mark with 1 timeout in your pocket. I mean, the playbook is still wide open. Dave Garcia, he is calling the plays from the field today. Went up to the booth last week. Didn't like it up here in the stuffy booth, so he's coming down to the fresh air on the sideline now. So the Vikings line up in that trips look once more. Mikel Ely all alone on the island on the far-hand side. Atkins will be the running back off the left hip of Jerry Johnson in the shotgun. Johnson calling out the defensive assignment. They'll motion Deshaun Smith II. And a play blown up as an incomplete pass makes it 3rd down and short. And another injured Mustang on the field. It looks like it's 18 this time. So an injury time on the field as Elliot Gigsby, the safety, stays on the field. The leading tackler for this Mustangs team, coming in with 73 total tackles on the year. So this will likely be a big loss if he isn't able to continue in this one, but able to get up on his own power. But we'll still take the timeout here at the 36.6 second mark here, as the Mustangs have a 27-20 lead over the Vikings. But the Vikings looking to score here on 3rd and goal on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. 36.6 seconds remaining. Vikings lining up, flipping the formation between the hash marks out of the shotgun. 3rd down and goal from the 4. Handoff this time. Goes up the gut, and the Vikings are stopped short. The pile's still pushed. Let's see if Atkins got in. The DVC Vikings think they got in, but the clock is still continuing to run inside of 20 seconds here, and they'll be marked short. Timeout will likely be taken from the Vikings. Just a late delay run up the middle over to Atkins, and Atkins was stopped at the, I mean, you can't even call that inches. That's centimeters away from the goal line.
Yeah, Atkins is running really hard tonight. He refuses to go down every time, and he carries 2 guys to the inches. You know, we saw San Joaquin do it. I know DVC won't do it, but a tush push would be
Yeah, that would be ideal here, but I don't think you mess with that operation when you have a center that's only done shotgun snaps. You don't want to send a guy under center and possibly fumble the ball away. The Vikings are at the inch line here on 4th down and goal, trying to knot things up at 20.6 seconds remaining here in this second quarter of play. As John Brown says, the cowbell of Atkins. He's really been the star back in this offense tonight. He lines up in the backfield, other shotgun once more. From the inch line, the goal line packages in for the Delta Mustangs. Jerry Johnson out of the shotgun. Calls the snap, the handoff right side, the spin move, the reach, and he's in! Touchdown, Vikings! Rush up the right-hand side. Atkins was hit behind the line of scrimmage, but he hit the circle button, reached forward with a big right hand, and he's in for now. A flag on the far sideline. So a penalty declined by the defense. I believe it was a hold, and the Vikings break the play into the end zone and to the his house. It's Kenneth Atkins the second. 17 seconds remaining. Zane Hall trying to cross the T on the PAT. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up. And it's money. Knotted up at 17.3 seconds away from halftime. And man, we have been given a treat tonight. If you take away all the penalties, this would be an extremely fun game. But despite the fact that we've got 25 penalties in the game, we're still having a ton of fun in this one.
Yeah, 20-27 before half. That's something you see at the end of the game. We are in for a roller coaster of emotions tonight.
Especially with 2 teams that have struggled to score the ball coming into the game. So San Joaquin Delta, 18.1 points per game, 55th in the 3C2A. The Vikings on the other side, 13.3 points per game, 62nd in the 3C2A. So for a couple teams that haven't necessarily had too many opportunities to score the ball this year, they're getting it done tonight.
Yeah, so we talked about that bad blood earlier, right? These guys really love competing against each other and really want to win. So we're seeing the best of them tonight.
The Vikings will kick it away with Michael Vaccaro. Likely going to be a squib kick, just trying to get as much time as possible off the clock, but we will have a few opportunities possibly for Delta College to try to put something together. 17 seconds left. They'll likely get the ball around the 10-second mark, and with 2 timeouts, you can take a couple different shots down the field. Merriman, the deep man. Going to be a high end-over-end kick, bouncing down, and it just falls dead at the 14-yard line, and no return possible. Just a nice little tricky ball as Dylan Leal makes the hit on Caden Merriman, the return man. And so at the 15-second mark here, the offense of San Joaquin Delta will come back out, and we'll likely see the second quarterback in Nick Coronado.
Yeah, we oftentimes see returners try to play that sideline there and get that penalty for the 40-yard line, but we see a nice bounce.
Honestly, that was a great dead ball bounce right there on the ball. It was an end-over-end kick, and just the way that the angle happened, the slick surface on the field tonight, it's a little humid here, and it just really fell dead. Expect to see the Vikings playing some really soft coverage here. 2 timeouts in the pocket of Delta. They will get the ball back on the other side of the break, but let's see what Nick Coronado, the freshman quarterback out of Kimball, has in store here. Hand off to the left side. Sweeping out to the far sideline is Merriman as he's tackled down for a loss of 5 by Jelani Crane. And that will bring us to the halftime break. 3, 2, 1. 30 minutes of action into the books here on sophomore night. And the Vikings and the Mustangs knotted up at 27 apiece. 4 touchdowns scored in the first quarter play, and then both the offenses really started to sputter out. It wasn't necessarily even defensive stops. It was more just penalties and miscues on offense that have really led us to this position here. Delta was able to drive down the field. They attempted a field goal attempt, but they missed it. Scored on the next possession, but the Vikings able to answer the call with under 2 minutes to play. And with that, we are at our halftime break. 20 minutes on the clock for halftime, and we'll take the break. We'll be back at just about, let's call it about 9:13 or so. We'll give you an exact estimate in just a moment here in the chat. But thanks for joining us here on this lovely Friday, November 10th evening here at Vikings Stadium. Once again, 27-all at the halftime break. The Vikings and the Mustangs here on DVC Vikings Live. About 30 seconds left in this halftime break, and we've got a game knotted up at 27 apiece. And just so happens to be 27 is the magic number tonight, as there's that many penalties that have been called in this one, and that's why it is 9:07, and we're just about to kick off the second half of play. 13 on the Vikings, 14 on the Mustangs. It's been a nasty night. So, Ryan Schell running the camera and scoreboard for us tonight, as Zane Massey coming alongside on his very first broadcast, doing a terrific job. Max Agress here bringing the action here of the second half break. Vikings coming out. They'll kick it off after they receive the opening kickoff of the game. Delta College won the toss, and they deferred, so the Vikings got the ball first. So they'll kick it away right to left. Their kicker, Michael Vaquero, the freshman out of De La Salle High School, Walnut Creek's own. Vikings, white domes, green jerseys, white numerals with the gray pants. The receiving team here in the second half, the San Joaquin Delta Mustangs, gold domes, white jerseys, white pants with the black numerals and the gold trim. Caden Merriman, the deep back here, as Vaquero will open up the second half of play. End over end kick fielded down at the 12-yard line. Merriman's going to take it from there. Works across the field, trying to find a lane to work with. Instead, he bounces out to the numbers on the 20-yard line. A little shimmy there, and a tackle made down at the 26-yard line. Jaden Price makes the tackle after just about a 13-yard return on the play.
Jaden Price doing a great job in outside contain there on kickoff.
Yeah, it looked like the lane was there slightly, but Jaden just able to make the tackle. A little bit of a chilly evening here in Vikings Stadium, and the Vikings on sophomore night looking to close this one out with a win. Let's see who the quarterback is going to be, as two quarterbacks have traditionally played here for Delta College, and it looks like it will be Nick Coronado, so maybe an injury on the front, Kenyon Nelson, but fortunately, two quarterbacks able to play, and another fly sweep action made by Merriman, and Merriman tackled after only a gain of 1, and Jordan Davis staying disciplined on the inside and coming up for the tackle from his defensive line position, and now an injured offensive lineman on the field. It looks like maybe it's number 71, the left guard, Michael Lattin. So Lattin able to get off under his own power. Let's see if he has to step out for one play or not. And it looks like he will have to come out for a play. 54 will come in replacement, and that is a tight end, actually. So Michael Marsh, listed as tight end, will come in to play some guard. So let's see if the Vikings decide to put some pressure right in the hole of the replacement guard. And the Mustangs lining up on second down and 9 from the 29-yard line. Out of the gun set. A low snap handled well. Rolling out to his left side. Nowhere to go. Nick Coronado was swung down by his hips. And it was Rorik Hoban making the play in the backfield. A party in the backfield for the Vikings. And it'll be third down and 14 from the 24. Defense stepping up here to start the second half. Sideline trying to see if we can find the number 10, but can't really see much going on. So maybe an injury for the opening quarterback of the game in Kenyon Nelson. He had a lot of success running the ball, but since then it's been Nick Coronado, and he hasn't been much of a running threat. A three-step drop. Coronado, time to throw. Finds the man right at the sticks, turning his shoulders. And a 15-yard catch made. Tanner Smiley makes the tackle on the play on Simeon Sims. And it's a first down and a very long conversion. Just found the soft spot in the zone, doing a terrific job finding time. And the DVC Vikings defensive line, after getting a sack, weren't able to get the pressure on the play. Handoff left side. Trying to work it back inside, but ends up bouncing it to the far sideline. Top of the numbers that tackled after a 1-yard play. And Nathan Kinsley makes the tackle on Caden Merriman after a 1-yard gain. Second down and 9 from the 40. Tighten up the right side. That's Matt Victor, the only tight end with a catch this year is Austin Hosoy, so they're basically an extra offensive lineman, and the timing route made to the far side, it's over to Sims, and Sims crosses midfield, and they're going to mark him down right at the 50. And another terrifically executed play from the second quarterback, Nick Coronado. Only 5'9". I mean, not a lot of height on him, but he's seeing the field very well. Trips near side, hurrying to the ball. It's Coronado once more. A sweep over to the left side. And a lane out to the 40, the 35. And just the starter step along the sideline as Tanner Smiley hits him out of bounds, and just a great job really zigzagging and working the rushing game tonight for Caden Merriman. And a penalty on the play. I didn't really catch what that was on, though. But it will go against the Mustangs, as it will move them behind the chains. Zane, you haven't said much yet so far, but yeah, do you know what that call was? Maybe a holding?
I believe it was a hold. It was the only thing that would make sense around these long runs. Sometimes the hold gets them. Looking at first and 19 here.
First and 19 from the 41-yard line after the terrific run on the play, but they have to do it once again. Nick Coronado, the freshman out of Kimball High School, will come out in the shotgun set. Off his right hip is Bowen, and a screen pass to the far side. Every single Viking was on that one, and the tackle was made behind the line of scrimmage. That was number 21, I believe, or no, 26, Jelani Crane.
Great job by the Vikings defense here. They were impressed, and they sagged off a little bit and still got to the wide receiver screen. Great job.
Second down and 20, and yeah, just seeing even the defensive line being able to get all the hats to the ball, it's a good sign to see. Up back off the right side, fakes the handoff. Time to throw for Coronado. Coronado throws it back to the original line of scrimmage, and he's tackled about 1 yard short on the play, as the receiver was Link Rhodes, coming up for his 9th catch of the year, the freshman out of Sunrise Mountain.
Yeah, a couple of comeback routes against off coverage. You wonder if a DVC defender is going to go ahead and pick six of that to the crib next time that happens.
Yeah, the Vikings have seen a gamble quite a lot this year. We haven't quite seen it since the opening drive of the game, but like you said, possibly setting up something like that. Man coverage across the board. The Vikings drop into a zone here. Dropping it into the deep third, and what a terrific pass from Coronado. Just threw it over the top of the zone coverage, worked the deep out route, and Davian Coleman coming up with a 30-yard catch out to the 20. Inside of the red zone for the first time here in the second half are the Mustangs. The Vikings have forced a ton of third and longs here on this drive, but the Mustangs have answered every time.
Amazing job by Coronado there. They were in two deep safety man coverage, and he still fit that ball in there.
Yeah, I think it was actually a cover 2 over the top. I don't know. It's hard to call it when you're when you're calling a game. And a rush up the middle this time by Bowen. And Bowen is swallowed up inside of the teeth of that DVC Vikings defense. Only a gain of 1 on the play. But, yeah, going back to the last play, I mean, for what I saw the defensive back drop into zone coverage, the safety come over the top. And when you're in that cover 3 situation, you have that deep outside third of the field open. And then just reading the defense perfect, despite the fact that he's only standing 5'9", and I guess the short side of the offensive line helps out in that situation. 16 seconds left on the play clock, and an audible called in from the far sideline over to Nick Coronado. Coronado working out the gun between the hash marks here. 9:26 remaining, and the quick pass over the far side, near side to Coleman, and Coleman was tackled behind the line of scrimmage by Adrian Mache.
Great job by the DVC backs once again to clamp down on these little screens, having enough of it.
Some scouts coming out this week. About 6 schools offered various players on this DVC team. And tonight, University of Texas El Paso, UTEP, in the building trying to check out if they got another weapon coming, by the way. Giovanni Gradier ended up signing with UTEP out of the Vikings last year, and now a pass attempt from Coronado. Coronado throws it out to the far side numbers, and the catch is made at the 10-yard line. And on third down and 11, he got 12 on the play. I believe that was number 11, Simeon Sims on the catch, and Jaden Price on the tackle. So inside of the red zone for the first time this half at the 8:40-minute mark. That's been the trend. It's been third down and long 4 or 5 different times now, and San Joaquin Delta just staying posed. Three-step drop, another quick pass, trying to go to the back of the end zone, and an underthrown ball still finds its way to the receiver. Simeon Sims, the sophomore out of West High School, gets the touchdown, the opening drive from the Mustangs. They bent, but they did not break, and they find the end zone. 33-27, the Mustangs get the first lead of the second half, and they answer first.
Great job by Coronado. Once again, man coverage, outside's open. He underthrows it, but the receiver beat him by so much that it was perfect.
Velasquez the holder, the long snapper, Maryland Brown, the kicker, Malesio. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up, and it's good. 34-27 our score with 8:24 remaining here in the third quarter. A quick break and back on the other side here on DVC Vikings Live. A little change-up here on the second half kick return. Deshaun Smith II comes back in alongside Austin Hertz. And once again, we see what Malesio has to offer. Just a very good job by Coronado here in the second half. Fell behind the chains, took a few sacks. The running game put him behind the sticks, but Coronado on 3rd down 11, 3rd down and 15, just stayed patient, diagnosed the defense perfectly, and ends up with 6 at the end of the drive and eventually 7 after the PAT was made by Malesio. Malesio ready to boot it away left to right once more. He'll jot forward, swing the right leg, and the end over end kick will be short, fielded by an up back over at the 19-yard line. And a powerful run. The ball was spotted down at, let's call it the 20 for mathematical sake for myself, and brought it to the 35. So a 15-yard return by the up back, and that was Siofo Saale, pardon me, for a second return of the evening, and
once
doing
again,
a good job.
He looks excited when he gets that ball. Huh? No one can bring him down in his eyes.
He'll be tackled down, but he'll force it. He'll force you to tackle him. He's not going that easy. Johnson, after a terrific drive last time around, will organize the offense once more, and the ball thrown a little too far in front of Brian Pierce Jr. Incomplete pass, making it 2nd down and 10 from the 35.
Yeah, Elliot Grigsby came blitzing from that slot position. Looked like he bothered Johnson on that throw.
Yeah, Johnson just let it go a little too short. Either he's throwing a little too far in front, or his receivers are dropping the balls. It's just not really been the best night for the sophomore out of Pittsburgh High, but he's done a terrific job as well. Right side run, that's over to Gavin Cribb. Gavin Cribb breaks one neck tackle, and I'm surprised they didn't necessarily call that a horse collar, because the hand was all over the rear side shoulder pads of Gavin Cribb, but Cribb able to get a terrific rush on 2nd down, making it 3rd down and 2 now. Let's see if we can get Cribb going. Cribb, the leading rusher of the Vikings last year, multiple FCS offers, came back to put a stamp on his DVC Vikings career after a redshirt year, and this is 2nd year playing, but just hasn't quite had the success he wanted this year, and it's good to see him get a couple more. Cribb bursting through the teeth of the defense. A Cribb dragged down by his belt loop, and he's tackled after a gain of 14 down to the 43. Rex Hermano made the tackle.
DVC in the spread look once again. The middle's open.
And let's see, maybe a play action fake. Johnson working out the shotgun spread once more between the hash marks on the D of the DVC Viking logo. Johnson, time to throw. Throws over the top, and it's Mikkel Ely jumping over the defense. Mikkel Ely dropped down at the 28. A gain of 15 on the play as Ray Garcia makes the tackle. Mikkel Ely diagnosed the defense perfectly and got into the open spot of the zone for his quarterback to pitch and catch 7 minutes remaining here, and what seems like a far faster moving quarter. First half seemed to drag along with all these penalties, and another handoff over to Cribb. Cribb with some patience, works around the left side of the line, out to the 15, stays on his feet, and Gavin Cribb brings the Vikings inside of the 10.
Great running by Cribb, following his pulling guard there and just following him until he get the Red Sea parts, and he runs for another 10 yards.
14-yard rush officially on the play as Cribb is knocked out of bounds short of the 10. They'll mark him down at the 13. And I like to see this from the Vikings as well. They've been trying to play it a little tricky, pulling an up back or a tight end instead of doing the traditional guard power. But now the Vikings are sending their big boys and opening up a convoy of space for Cribb. Johnson a pass. Johnson throws it near side. It's Mikel Ely. Mikel Ely dragged down at the 2. Mikel Ely got enough for the first down on the 11-yard reception, and the Vikings are in the red zone. They are going to be first down and goal from the 2.
Great throwing catch there. When Mikel Ely sees one-on-one coverage, he sees food, and he eats right there.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from the Vikings. Last time around, it was Kenneth Atkins on the goal line, and now it's Gavin Cribb. Let's see if he can punch it in. Handoff to Cribb. Cribb spinning, churning, fighting. No good. Stuffed. And that was Taiwan January. He was injured at the end of the second quarter, so it's good to see him come back in. Officials helping out Gavin Cribb as he lines up in the backfield. They fixed his jersey on the play, and the Vikings hurry up here at the 5:45 mark. And Cribb will break the end zone, but a flag on the play. As of right now, Gavin Cribb made his way into the crib, and now the Vikings will get another penalty. It looks like it was the left tackle Ryan Williams talking trash to maybe the official or something. This game has not been clean. There's been penalties left and right, and as of right now, it looks like Gavin Cribb will have made it into the end zone. Let's see, though.
Yeah, it looks like the initial penalty seemed to be on Grisby for too many men on the field. He was trying to get out for the end zone, and he was still out of foot in bounds, and they called it.
So with the way that the units are moving onto the field, the Vikings are sending out their kicker, Zane Hall. So I think you're right. Gavin Cribb to the crib, a 2-yard rushing touchdown on the play. And he gets his first touchdown here at home since I believe it was the Shasta game. It's been a little bit. So exactly like you said, too many men on the field, penalty decline. The Vikings score the touchdown. And I believe there's going to be a unsportsmanlike on the Vikings. Yeah, it was 71, so that was Mason Neubauer. He is called for the unsportsmanlike. And then there was actually another one called on San Joaquin Delta, so 2 personal fouls called on maybe a defensive lineman and an offensive lineman as they were bickering, battling at the end of the play. So that'll cross itself out, and the Vikings 1 point away from tying things up at 34.
Nice change of pace this half. We haven't had many penalties, and the time we do get penalties, they don't really affect the play. So,
yeah, you'll take it.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about at the halftime break, one of the people helping the officials up here in the booth, they're keeping track of the penalties, and they've never made it to the second page of the penalty book before. They did so in the first half of this game.
Yeah, unbelievable. We were talking like, wow, this half is really extending. Great half of football, but wow, penalties were...
Yeah, they were hurting the flow of the game a lot. So the Vikings able to answer the score of the San Joaquin Delta Mustangs and looking to tie it up at 34. Snap is off, hold is down, kick is up, and that went wide left. No! This is it! I'm just going to wait for the officials to say it at this point because I can't see it from the booth apparently. 34-all! Tied up after Zane Hall is able to kick it through the uprights.
Max, I thought you were completely right. I mean, the ball really looks very wide left from our angle, but I guess not. Refs are on top of it.
They got a better vantage point on the field than we do in the booth, apparently. And that'll bring us to another timeout here. 34 apiece. Both teams scoring their opening possession of the second half, and we'll take a quick timeout back on the other side here on DVC Vikings Live. A quick little intermission here as we come back. Both teams eager to get this game rolling and make up for some of the lost time with all these penalties. Vikings kicking it off for the second time this half. A new kickoff return man, and that's going to be Link Rhodes as the deep man. This kick is going to bounce down, stay in bounds, and be fielded down at the 11. That was almost a heads-up play by Rhodes. So I think what Rhodes was trying to do was step out of bounds and then grab the ball. If he was able to do so properly, that ball would have been moved out to the 35-yard line. But a great idea, but just unable to execute. The ball spotted down at the 15-yard line, and some more touch on the ball by Michael Vaccaro. Man, talk about that. You throw him in a little late. I think you just want to limit the amount of hits that you can really get on Caden Merriman because he's been your bell cow running back this game. You send out Link Rhodes, and Link Rhodes almost comes up with a very heads-up play.
Yeah, I was reminiscent of that IQ we were talking about with our very own
Austin Hurts
earlier.
So the Vikings defense forced about 3, 4, or 5 third down and longs in the last drive, but the drive still resulted in 7 points for the Mustangs. And now let's see if Nick Coronado can continue the success that he's seen the last couple of drives here for the Mustangs. It's Merriman alongside Nick Coronado. And Coronado with the tricky footwork sets up the screen pass to the near hand side on top of the numbers 20, 25, 30, spun down inside of the 30. And he is marked down after a gain of 17 on the play. That was Coleman on the reception as Adrian Mache able to make the catch or make the tackle. Just really good footwork for the 5'9" quarterback, turning his back last possible second, setting up that very late screen, and now a handoff over to Merriman. Merriman stays on his feet after being wrapped up. And that was Tassini Maake with the tackle for the Vikings. And a gain of 4. Nice little pickup on first down for Caden Merriman. Second down and 5. Clock inside of 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. San Joaquin Delta looking to charge down the field. A swing pass to the far-hand side. It's over to Merriman. Merriman turns the corner on the 40. He's out to the numbers 50. And the sideline, he's pushed out of bounds just shy of the 45. Inside of the Viking side of the field, he'll be brought down at the 47.
Yeah, San Joaquin doing a great job of working the edge in the run game and the pass game, just getting to the outside.
Smiley makes the tackle after a 19-yard play by Merriman. And Merriman, 50 yards rushing last week with a 20-yard long, and he's shown a lot of success against this Vikings defense in this early going. 3-step drop, the pressure comes, the late throw over the top, back shoulder, that was over to Simeon Sims, and they're going to say it's a catch. A terrific job working that sideline, bringing it in, and a big completion of, let's call this 19 yards once more. The ball spotted down at the 14. I think that's actually 17 officially now.
Beautiful connection. You can really tell that Coronado is getting in his bag right now. That last drive really seemed to get him settled, and he's cooking right now.
Absolutely. Nelson was doing all on the ground, but this time around, Nick Coronado just showing off the arm. Shotgun spread. It's Coronado sprinting out left, trying to set up the screen pass. It wasn't there, so he just yeets the ball out of bounds. Quarterback pressure for number 37 on the play, and a flag down as well. The man on the pressure was Omari Catley, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see what this penalty flag is on. Maybe a hold on the near side, but that was away from all the action. So they called that a possible intentional grounding, but that ball went well behind the line of scrimmage, and there was somebody in the vicinity as well. So I
believe he was outside of the tackle box as well. Yeah, exactly. Also, I don't think it was even close.
No harm, no foul. Yep. They pick up the flag. So quickly to the ball. It'll be second down and 10 from the 24-yard line at the 3:42-minute mark of the third quarter. Coronado saying, "Whoa," holding up the Mustangs offense for just a moment. You like that one, Zane?
Absolutely.
Up back is Matt Victor off the left side. A 3-step drop, stepping up the pocket. He's rolling out to his left-hand side now, flips the hips, throws over to the far sideline, and ooh, it was almost into the pocket of Link Rhodes as Rhodes was backpedaling on the play, but the coverage was great by Dylan Leo. Just last second knocks that ball away. 3rd down and 10 now.
Yeah, we talked about Coronado's height earlier. The 5'9" is really showing here, getting outside the pocket, having to drop a sidearm angle on that throw.
So with 34 apiece, Mustangs behind the chains once more. Right at the original change, let's say, as it's a 3rd down and 10. Quick pass out to the far side, and it's intercepted! Out to the 40-yard line, nobody's out in front of him! He's gonna run the 40, the 30, the 20, 10, 5, sprints in for the touchdown! We talked about this before. Jaden Price was eyeing that ball, the late comeback routes, he reads it perfectly, and he punches his ticket for 7!
Wow, what a great job. I mean, I guarantee you they talked about this at halftime. I mentioned it earlier, and here it goes. Jaden Price to the crib. What a pick. He was just sitting on and baiting him that throw. We were just talking about how good Coronado was doing. Great job by Price right there.
Jaden Price picks it off and goes yard. 80 yards on the pick 6, and the Vikings defense able to get it done.
Well, Max, let's find out if we can see this extra point correctly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to call it this time. I'm just going to hold it and wait. Snap is off. It's a high one. Held down well. Splits the uprights. Crosses the T on the PAT. And the Vikings, just like that, able to get the pick 6 and quite an emphasis on the evening for the sophomore out of Brentwood Heritage High Zone, Jaden Price.
Oh, wow. The defensive back group is going crazy on the sideline here with the row your boat celebration. You love to see that.
Jaden Price, man, doing a terrific job. Picked up 2 offers earlier this week. And UTEP, you're in the building. Maybe you can use another safety over the top. So we are 41-34 here at the 3:23 mark of the second quarter. Vikings defense gets it done. A pick 6. And Michael Vaccaro will come to boot it away. Zane, hear me out right now. I'm not trying to jinx anybody or anything like that, but it was a pretty long drive previous to that point. Your defense scores quickly. You're coming back on the field. You've seen some fatigue issues for the Vikings defense this year. So I think it's going to be a very big drive coming up. I think this is going to be a game-defining drive by this DVC defense coming up.
Yeah, as you mentioned the fatigue. But you would think after this pick 6,
and the squib kick will be returned out to the 40-yard line, out to the 50, staying on his feet, stumbling down inside of the 35-yard line, and the upback is able to pick it up. It was Jacob Elliot Grigsby, I should say. And then Anthony Munoz makes the tackle. So it was 13 on the return. That was Davion. Wait, was it Coleman? I lost my number on the play. Okay, so it was Elliot Grigsby, number 18, not 13. Missing that that reverse 3 on the play. So Grigsby able to pick up the squib kick and bring it down to the 31. So the momentum that the Vikings had just about in the same exact area. It's like the Mustangs have got it back at the same spot. Yep. So another tight end set here, keeping the tight end in as it's an empty look for Nick Coronado. Just threw a pick 6 on the last attempt. And it'll be a reverse. Double reverse, looking to possibly pass it, cutting back inside. A wiggle down to the 25-yard line. And it was Joe Cohen, the freshman out of Leiden, making the play. Jelani Crane making the tackle out to the 24-yard line. And that was a very nice play by Cohen. I think they were trying to set up maybe a reverse pass or a double reverse pass, but instead Cohen just saw that the coverage was there, ended up taking it forward for a gain of 6. Second down and 4 from the 24-yard line. 2:44 remaining, and it's a handoff to the right side this time. Runs into the back of his offensive lineman, able to squeak through the gap between the right guard and tackle as Amir Bowen will pick up the first down.
Yeah, at the last second, it looked like the DVC defensive line shifted to the left a little bit, and they run it to the right with a pulling guard.
Derek Ryther makes the tackle for the Vikings, and it's a first down and 10 just outside of the red zone, spotted down at the 21-yard line. Travis Ricidi calling the plays from the sideline here. He's standing on the field at the 29, trying to get his defense engaged. Two receivers set to the near side. Up back off the left side. The running back off the right hip of Coronado is Bowen. Play action fake. Coronado, eyes downfield, will throw it over the top, and oh my goodness, that's Davion Coleman once more. Coronado's reading this defense perfectly as he tosses it over to the near sideline, and Coleman picks up the catch, a 13-yard gain, spotted down at the 7.
Wow, once again, Coronado and Coleman on the same page. Just beautiful ball, only where Coleman can go up and get it on the improvisation. Great job.
Yeah, every time the Vikings drop into that cover 3, it's just that spot's open and diagnosing it perfectly. Tight bunch off the right side. Two receivers stacked off along the left side of the offensive line for Coronado. Fakes the pitch out to the far side, rolls out right, throws the flood concept, and the ball was just caught over the top of the defender. And that is, I believe that is 12? Or maybe that's 13. Yes, that's Davion Coleman coming up and answering just like that. He's had a field day and a half of his own regards. I believe 4 of the touchdowns for San Joaquin Delta have been into the breadbasket of Coleman, and Davion Coleman on the terrifically drawn-up play by San Joaquin Delta makes it 40-41 pending the PAT.
Very impressive play.
Just a terrific drop and a terrific execution by the offense. Snap is down, hold is up, down kick is up, and we're tied up at 41. 1:35 left in the third quarter, and everybody's firing on full cylinders here as we've got a shootout in Vikings Stadium on sophomore night here on DVC Vikings Live. So back here, knotted up at 41 apiece at the 1:35 mark of the third quarter of play. Austin Hertz, Deshaun Smith II, the two deep men for the Vikings, kicking it off, Malesio. And yeah, Zane, I talked about this just a moment ago. You get a great return, you set your offense up inside of the 35-yard line, but the Vikings defense scored quickly, and they were on the field quite a lot here in the second half.
Yeah. Very impressive resilience in the San Joaquin offense.
Oh, and an onside kick, a surprise onside, will end up going out of bounds. It was a good job by Elijah Alonso, one of those up backs up front for the Vikings. He tracked it down, made sure it was going out of bounds, and the Vikings will get the ball from the 35. And the way this game has been going, I think they're just saying, hey, I don't think it matters. Like, you're going to get the ball and you're going to do what you got to do, so let's try to maybe get a surprise onside and steal a possession away.
Yeah, this is a complete offensive game right now. Let's see if DVC can go score after the defense has got them one.
Yeah, both these offenses came in and just struggled really going into the year. And so instead of being spotted down at the 35-yard line as a traditional out-of-bounds kick will happen, they're going to spot it down where it went out of bounds, so the Vikings on top of it will get the ball out to the 50. So the Vikings with some tremendous starting field position right at midfield will get their start from the near hash mark. Vikings working out of that trips formation once more. They've done so for the majority of the snaps this evening. Kenneth Atkins, the second off the left hip of Jerry Johnson, the sophomore quarterback. Chest high snap. Johnson standing in the pocket. He's flushed out to his right side, and Jerry Johnson sacked for the first time tonight. He's brought down at the 39-yard line. A sack for a loss of 11 as Taiwan January, with his fourth of the year. Second down and 20, and if you're the San Joaquin Delta Mustangs, I mean, that's what you're looking for. Put the Vikings behind the chains and make it extremely difficult. 2nd down and 20. Out of the shotgun spread from between the hash marks. Fakes the handoff and the slant across the middle of the field. Damani Burnell out to the 40-yard line. Damani Burnell continues to surf on top of Mustangs defenders as he picks up 27 on the catch.
Great play fake by Johnson. Those linebackers were held there for just enough for Burnell to get that catch.
That's exactly what it was. It was just holding up those linebackers, sneaking it right behind them on the easy slant. And Burrell, the speed demon, makes it happen. One of the fans screaming out, "Do it again." And a 4-man front, you might be able to do it against the nickel. Johnson stares down the nickel. Johnson will fire away near sideline. It's over to Mikel Ely, caught at the 20-yard line. Breaks a defender down at the 15. And he's eventually brought down at the 11. A 20-yard reception by Mikel Ely will bring the Vikings inside of the red zone. Spotted down at the 11. They do have an opportunity to get the first down at the 1. Vikings working with a lot of pace tonight. And they'll eventually get a breather as we eventually bring the zeros on the clock. So throw your force up. The Vikings have the ball at the 11-yard line. Back on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live with some fourth quarter action of this absolute shootout to close out the 2023 DVC Vikings football season. Flip the sides of the field, and we're working left to right with this Vikings offense here from the 11-yard line. Mikel Ely just having a tremendous game, and another pass for more than 20 yards off the arm of Jerry Johnson. Don't have live stats, but love to see the numbers after the game. A handoff goes left this time, and not quite any running room there. Kenneth Atkins got the carry. Taiwan January is just leaving a stamp all over this game as he comes up with another big play from his defensive tackle position.
Yeah, San Joaquin coming out in that 6-1 formation when they get down to the 10-yard line, and it really stops the run right there.
So it's 2nd down and 12 after the loss of 2 on the play. And the Vikings do have the opportunity to still get the first down at the 1-yard line. But they're looking to get 6. Low snap handled well. Johnson throws it back in the end zone. Got the toe down. Elijah Alonso, a terrific attempt. And a 13-yard touchdown. Elijah Alonso to the house.
Wow, great job by Alonso to get his foot in bounds there and secure that catch. Great touchdown.
I mean, he just used all 6'2" of his frame to stretch out. In college, you only need 1 foot down. Got that foot down, and the Vikings get the lead, 47-41. Kicking it left to right, trying to dot the I. And Zane Hall, snap is off, hold is down, kick is up. And it's good. Crosses the T and the PAT. Another flag at the end of the play. But hey, the Vikings score, they get the PAT. It's a 48-41 game, and we'll take another break here on DVC Vikings Live. So at the end of the play, it was actually an unsportsmanlike penalty on Delta. So the Vikings will have the ball set up at the 50. Last time around, we saw them try to do a little bit of a shorter kick and try to make a tackle close to the goal line. It ended up traveling about 1 yard into the end zone.
Wouldn't be surprised at a sneaky little onside here.
Yeah, in this situation, it wouldn't be the worst situation. So Elliot Grigsby alongside Link Rhodes. Those are the two back. And yeah, Zane, maybe in this situation, set it up on the 4 hash mark, get some little tricky going. And it'll be a high end-over-end kick. That'll be fair caught front of the end zone. So the Vikings will send the ball up to the 20-yard line. As the Mustangs, it looked like there was a big hit behind the play on special teams, and both teams didn't get a penalty about it this time around. They just laughed it off and continued play. 14:24 remaining here. The Vikings and the Mustangs, and an all-time classic. I mean, when you watch this game back after the point, you can actually skip past the penalties, so the pace will feel a lot more fun. We've got a lot of highlights coming from this one, and the Vikings trying to get the final victory of the year and send off the sophomores with the dub. 48-41. It's going to be Coronado once more. Kenyon Nelson hasn't got a snap since the first quarter of play. And a handoff goes right side over to Merriman. Merriman breaking free out to the 50 and finally dragged down by Tanner Smiley. Smiley, the safety, made a shoestring tackle to save the touchdown, but a terrific run to start this drive by Caden Merriman.
Obviously not happy with the play, but what a tackle, because Merriman was a fast guy, and he was gone if he does not make that tackle.
34 yards on the play, and the Vikings defense needing to get a stop here. Motion the tight end over into the slot. It's a shotgun spread over for Coronado. Coronado sprints out to the right side. He has a free play. The go right down the far sideline. And he just tried to throw it up and see if Coleman can make anything happen. But with the way that the flags came onto the field, it will likely be an offsides on the Vikings defense.
Yeah, DVC was showing blitz there, and it looks like they got a little bit excited at the line to get that blitz.
Did you hear a number on what they called? I heard number 1.
I believe it was 51 on the defensive line.
51. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Jason Butler does not give out number 1 here at DVC. If you wear number 1 for this DVC Vikings program, you've got to be a generational talent. That's why I was confused. I'm like, no, nobody has 1. But it'll be first down and 5 from the 36-yard line. Coronado lines up with the up back off the left side. It's his tight end, Matt Victor. Lone receiver near side is Link Rhodes. It's a 5-step drop. Fires away far sideline. Wide open was Sims as Sims runs down the far sideline and is eventually corralled in by a couple different Vikings players. And it was Anthony Munoz making the tackle. Simeon Sims still picks up a gain of just about, we'll call it about 11, 12, something along those lines. But another pickup for a first down, and the ball spotted down at the 22. They're actually going to spot this one down at the 23-yard line. 13:30 remaining. Mustangs trying to answer the Vikings. Vikings got a pick 6 and got a score last time around. Quarterback keeper up the middle, breaks free out to the 15-yard line, and eventually just trips up under his own feet. Nick Coronado, for the first time tonight, scrambles for the first down. Gain of 11 on the play. Vikings sending in some substitutions here, and a penalty on the far-hand side. It looks like the ball actually didn't make it down to the first down marker. It was a gain of 9 on the play, brought down at the 15-yard line, and let's see what this flag is on. Maybe some of the coaches on the far sideline. So it was a bench. So an unsportsmanlike penalty. I think the Delta sideline didn't like what they saw with the spot on the field, and they got a little a little chippy, and the officials just there not having it tonight. I don't have the official numbers, but we're well over 30 penalties between the two teams. Some off remarks here in the booth. They were talking about penalty yards is looking like some Air Force passing game. So it's second down now and 16 from the 29-yard line. Coronado taking a 3-step drop. He's pressured, rolls out to his left-hand side. The flush pocket, and he's eventually brought down after 3 or 4 different attempts. Nico Bullard got there at the end of the play, but the heavy pressure was laid on by Rorik Hoban. And now second down and 16 will bring it down all the way to the 41, and that's got to be a sack for, 14, 15 yards here.
Great job by Bullard. He didn't get him the first time, and a lot of guys sometimes quit on the play at that point, but he did not. And as he reversed field, he was able to sack him.
So I believe that was a 20-yard sack in the play. So talk about some heavy pressure coming from this Vikings front. Nico Bullard just doing a tremendous job blitzing tonight. Shotgun spread, look now for Coronado. Coronado takes the knee-high snap, throws it out far hand side, and it's right through the hands of Coleman, as Coleman might have fumbled the ball. Nope, they're going to call it an incomplete pass. Coleman had it on his fingertips, but 2 Vikings just came to lay a huge hit on him, and leading the charge, I should say, was Adrian Mache, as there was an injured player down in the field. And it's 4th down and 35 from the 41, and I think we're going to have to see a punt from the Mustangs now. So an injured player on the field. It looks to be Davion Coleman. We've seen him get stretched out a couple different times. Let's hope it's just cramping here on the field, as he's been a terrific player to watch this evening. So Delta fans holding their breath here at the 12:08 minute mark here of the 4th quarter of play, closing out this 2023 football season here at Viking Stadium. 48-41's our score here, with the Vikings leading the Mustangs in the 4th. Back on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. Fourth down and 31, and the punt team will have to come out. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first stop of the second half for any of the teams.
Yeah, ironically enough, even though we're in an offensive game, it feels like it makes the defense matters more, because whoever gets a stop is going to earn this win.
Absolutely, and the Vikings did get a pick 6, and that's partially the reason they're up 48-41 at this point. At this point, maybe you see a trick play here or there, but you're in no man's land. High snap, fumble down to the ground, picked up still. And he's corralled down at the 42-yard line. Malesio jumped up in the air to try to get that ball, but Rorik Hoban said, nope, I'm making you drop. And I'm getting the Vikings a great spot. The ball will be marked down at the 42.
Yeah, I mentioned the defense, but if you can even get a play from special teams right here, it can change the momentum of the game. Great job from the DVC Viking special teams.
Yeah, Rorik Hoban has played so many different snaps tonight, and on special teams, one of the biggest plays. Vikings for the 42. Let's see if somebody can break open a 2-possession lead. I don't think we've seen that so far tonight. Every single call has been answered on the other side. And now Jerry Johnson on his sophomore night looking to lead the charge at the 12:01 minute mark. A handoff up the middle. That's over to Miner. Miner springs free after the 20. And Miner brought down after a huge gain on the play. Joseph Miner, a sophomore on his own regard, hadn't had success up to this point, but a rip of over 20 yards will set the Vikings up in the red zone from the 19. A touchdown-saving tackle made by Ray Garcia, and the clock continues to run inside of 12 minutes to play. Jerry Johnson looks to the left wristband. Miner's going to stay into the game. A 3-3 stack front for San Joaquin Delta. 3 receivers to the near hand side. Vikings snap it. Play action fake. Throw to the far side. And Mikel Ely tried to get it over the top, make a over-the-top shoulder catch. But Javier Gonzalez able to do well enough to get the coverage on the play, forcing a 2nd down and 10.
And if you're DVC, you're happy with that. It's 1st and 10. Why not take a shot to your best receiver? One-on-one coverage, nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, the ball placement was a little off, but just a really good opportunity to get the ball over to Mikel Ely. Ely last year was such a big threat, came up as the runner-up of Offensive Player of the Year, led the team, was top 10 in the 3C2A in yards per game, 54 catches for 847 yards. last year. Hasn't quite had the success this year coming into the game. 34 catches for 429 yards, but he's definitely over the 500 mark. He's had a lot of different plays go for 20-plus yards in this game. He's been Mr. Magic on 3rd down and long for the Vikings this year. And in this situation, he's gotten some earlier balls. Low snap. Handled well. The outbreaking route by Mikel Ely, and Mikel Ely out of bounds at the 12, or pardon me, that's over at the 8-yard line. And Mikel Ely with another first down. He's been a first down machine.
Great job from Johnson and Ely there with some two-man game, because Tommy Chavez on the San Joaquin side had his eye on that route and was creeping over, but ultimately that ball got away from him.
First down and goal from the 8. Vikings hurrying up and slowing down just for a minute as Jerry Johnson gets a call from his head coach, Austin Corrali. The receivers to the near-hand side. Max Mendency in the game for the Vikings, the sophomore of San Ramon. Glad to see him out here. He's been a part of the Vikings program for a while. And Johnson, retreating back, just throws it into the feet of Mikel Ely. But, yeah, talking about that point, as we get some of the sophomores into the game in the 4th quarter, as the Vikings look to put in a double-digit lead. Mendency played 2 games for the Vikings in 2021, and he actually underwent 2 left hip surgeries. So he's been a guy that's just been fighting to get some playing time and just fighting to keep his playing career alive. And I'm so happy to be able to see him continue to fight after all these years and continue to make himself a presence here in this Vikings program. He says he's blessed to play every time, and let's see if maybe he gets a ball going in his direction as he lines up as the inside receiver in the trips. Instead, it's a go route to the forehand side. Mikel Ely fought for it. He reached up trying to make the OBJ type of grab, but instead a penalty on the forehand side. Javier Gonzalez got all he could handle from big number 9 for the Vikes, and the 6'3", 200 sophomore receiver from Freedom High School will set the Vikings up half the distance to the goal. And another opportunity at a shot towards the end zone. There's no foul. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm shocked. That looked like some pretty blatant pass interference to me.
Yeah, he had to get pretty handsy dealing with Ely, and he got away with it.
So instead of it being first down and goal, it's going to be 3rd down and goal from the 8-yard line. So it would have been first down and goal from probably the 2-yard line, I believe, is where they spotted in the end zone. But Vikings needing to convert here, trying to break open a 2-possession score. Miners in the backfield. Jerry Johnson facing the blitz. Jerry had the ball batted away, and it's almost intercepted. One of those big boys up front. It looked like Jacob Lentes tried to come and get the interception, but instead the Vikings will send out their their field goal unit. We haven't seen too many field goal attempts, so I almost said PAT. But let's see if Zane Hall can bust open a 10-point game here.
Yeah, great play by the San Joaquin defensive line, because they were going to the fade to Ely, so they hit him with the slant this time, and it looks like he had some inside leverage and would have got close to that end zone, but great wrap by the defensive line for San Joaquin.
Yeah, the all-out pressure they sent everybody in there, and the ball got batted up into the air. The defensive lineman inside just wasn't able to get his hands on the ball, so the Vikings will send out the kicking team. So the ball will be spotted down, and it'll be about a I think they're going to call it a 25-yard field goal attempt. Snap is off, hold is down. The kick is up. Plenty of leg on it. Able to knock it through for his first field goal attempt of the game, and the Vikings are able to break open a it's not double digits, but a 2-possession score here. 48-47. Wait, I don't think they added the points. It should be 51-41, so it is technically double digits. We'll wait for them to get it, as maybe I didn't see the ball going correctly. I believe the score should be 51-41, but
there we go. There we go.
Okay, there we go. I mean, with the way our vantage point has been going in the booth, I don't know what's going on, and I want to be certain before I really say anything. But the Vikings do bust open the double-digit lead. They go up by 10 here, 51-41 here at the 10:36 mark of the 4th quarter. It's been a long night. Vikings to kick it away. Vikings really just taking control of this second half and this late going. They got a pick 6 that set them up. It was an 80-yard pick 6 for the sophomore and of Brentwood, Jaden Price. And then San Joaquin Delta ended up answering that call, but the Vikings scored a touchdown. They got to stop, forcing a fourth down and very long. And then there was no punt that actually went off as the Vikings got the special team stop. And now the kick will be fielded down to the 20-yard line. A nice little jump cut out to the far side numbers. And man, what a great return by Link there. That was Link Rhodes with a huge return as Siofou Saale will make the tackle. We've called his name quite a few times on the other side on the kickoff return, but he makes the special teams tackle there. And now the ball spotted down at the 48, but every single time the Vikings get a little bit of momentum, it seems like a great return comes back on the other side, and the Mustangs trying to answer. They are down 10 at the 10:28-minute mark. And let's see if the Vikings can get another stop here.
Yeah, it seems like the defense is building some momentum right now. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
Nick Coronado leading this offense once more, and it's a handoff going over to Merriman. Merriman with some patience ends up cutting it back between the tackles, stays on his feet out to the far side numbers. And then he just tiptoes down the sideline for a gain of 15-plus, spotted down at the 35-yard line.
Great run by Merriman. They were running that sweep, but he sees the middle of the field's open, so he cuts it back inside and runs outside again for an extra 15 yards.
Yeah, they're pulling those big boys off the left side, Latin and Barnett. All right, I think they actually flipped the side, so the big boys are playing on the right side and the left side's a little bit smaller now, but yeah, they're sending some of those smaller, more agile offensive linemen out there. And now pressure comes by Bowler, but Coronado's flushed out of the pocket. Will throw it off his back foot over the top. It's over to Coleman, and Coleman is dragged down by his shoulder pad down to the 3-yard line. Dylan Leo made the tackle at the end of the play. And just another terrifically placed ball by Nick Coronado over the top of Coleman. It looks like Coleman has half a step on the zone defense, and he just knows where the ball's coming. A terrific play. Lining up for the tush push now. We've seen it with Nelson at the beginning of the game. Let's see if the smaller quarterback, Nick Coronado, can have the same efficiency as the ball is spotted down first down and goal from the 3. Vikings leading by 10, 51-41, and a timeout taken by the DVC defense. It looks like maybe they just want to set in a goal line package here. We didn't see a substitution for San Joaquin Delta, so the Vikings weren't able to substitute and put in that goal line package. So the clock will stop at the 9:22 mark. The Vikings having a 51-41 lead here. We'll take a timeout. A first down and goal ball at the 2-yard line on the other side of the break here on DVC Vikings Live. Let's see the substitutions here as the Vikings do put in their goal line package. Under center, Nick Coronado. He's going to try to see if he can execute the tush push from the 2. Under center, looking for the ball. He'll end up taking a second to get a snap up. And the Vikings look like they stop at this time. A gain of 1 on the play. It'll be second down and goal from the 1. And let's see if they elect to run it again.
Yeah, Vikings were all over that. Even the defensive back, like a madman, just comes
jumping over the top, pulling out it from the backside. Something interesting I want to see is we've seen a lot of players. We've seen Oregon State run the tush push at the, it was 4th and 1. They ran a tush push and ended up getting a 40-yard pitch touchdown. I believe we saw it with, was it the Jets? There was one NFL team. No, it was the Eagles.
Yep, the Eagles.
The Eagles ran power off of it. And now it'll be a shotgun look for Nick Coronado. Coronado will hand it off. Right side, springs his way forward. Caden Merriman. 1-yard rushing touchdown for the freshman out of Lodi. Continuing his terrific evening. 47-51. Trying to make this a 3-point game. Think about this as well. About a 29-yard or a 31-yard field goal attempt missed at the end of the second quarter, so this one possibly could have been tied up. But Malesio wasn't able to knock down the field goal at the end of the second quarter. And now a high snap handle. Well, will split the uprights, crosses the T on the PAT. A flag is down. And it is a 3-point game now. Another flag on the play. It seems like every single PAT is turning into a penalty. Ugh. End the year off in a bang, right?
Yeah, why not? Like you mentioned earlier, these guys would be running gases if it wasn't the last game of the season, so might as well get your penalties down now.
Yeah. Vikings have struggled with penalties all year long. And the bottom of the 3C2A, and a 15-yard penalty would be enforced on the kickoff now. Maybe we see another onside kick attempt as we've seen Delta run before.
Hey man, it's an offensive game. You gotta manufacture a possession, right? You gotta find one. Gotta find one.
Yeah, absolutely. So the ball will be spotted down to the 50-yard line as the kickoff unit comes out. Vikings able to make a field goal attempt after getting sputtered out after a missed pass interference call on Mikel Ely. Vikings were forced to kick that field goal, able to knock down the, I believe it was a 25-yarder, 26-yarder. And then, yeah, another score by the Mustangs.
Max, I was wrong last time, but again, here we are at midfield. I would not mind an onside attempt. It's not the most ridiculous thing with this field position.
Yeah, the way this game has been going, like you said, just manufacturing a possession. Seems like no team is really going to get a stop. There'll be an end-over-end kick going into the back of the end zone. So we'll see a touchback, and the Vikings offense will take the field once more at the 20. .8:37. The time on the play clock as the Vikings take the field once more. We'll see a lot more Mikel Ely one-on-one rounds. That's one thing we've been seeing a lot tonight. The Vikings have worked out of that trips formation about 70% of the possessions. And when you do that, the lone receiver is Mikel Ely. And instead, they'll come out in the shotgun spread. Johnson, I mean, I don't have the numbers, but he's got to be over 300 yards passing tonight. It's been a terrific game for him. And that's Brian Pierce Jr. springing his way forward. Caught it down at the 40-yard line. And after the 13-yard initial reception, he runs forward for another gain of 13. 26 on the play, moving the Vikings down to the San Joaquin Delta side of the field.
Yeah, great job on the intermediate rush. DVC's really tightened up on that. Jerry Johnson doesn't even have to go with the full throwing motion there. Kind of just short arms it to Brian Pierce there.
Maybe that's the adjustment you got to make. You've been seeing drop balls because he's been putting some heat on it. So maybe short arm it a little bit and give them the opportunity. Pistol handoff over to Cribb. Cribb, a nice little shimmy down to the 45-yard line. He makes the sideline, trying to turn the corner, and is eventually dragged down by his shoulder pad. Out at the 36, it was Jaden Lang making the tackle. What nifty footwork. Just a little bit of a breakdancer move.
Yeah, beautiful cut from Gavin Cribb right there.
And no horse collar on the play because it was grabbed off the right side of the shoulder pads. And Gavin Cribb staying in the game, the sophomore, will get another handoff. Cribb just runs into the belly of the beast and only gets half a yard on the play. Guess it is Taiwan January with another tackle. 2nd down and 10. They're not going to give him any yardage on the play. Impressive to see a guy pushing 300 pounds with this endurance, being able to be on the field and make so many plays.
And he got injured earlier in the game, too.
Yeah. Can't factor out that one. Vikings with a 3-point lead, trying to run some clock off here at the 6:59-minute mark. Snap is off at the 6:56 mark. Johnson just throws it off his back foot and throws that ball away. 3rd down and 10. Pressure came all the way into his face by Taiwan January.
Yeah, Johnson certainly felt that pressure. Taiwan January is a big man, and that's a scary thing to see as a quarterback.
And so this is a a little bit of an ominous position to be in. The Vikings have actually almost regressed back to what they were looking like previous to this game after this offensive explosion. The Vikings had a lot of success getting into the opposition side of the field, but they sputter out somewhere around the 40, the 35-minute mark. So let's see if they can turn the page here on sophomore night and come up with a huge third down pickup. Johnson, sprint left. Looks downfield, throws it last possible second, came back for the ball, and it was knocked down. It was intended for Damani Burrell, but Marquise Williams just did a monstrous job being able to fight through it to the end of the play. And now the Vikings are in an interesting position here. They're at the 35-yard line. It's not quite a position where you feel comfortable sending the punter out, but it's not a position where you feel comfortable sending your kicker out. From this point, it would be... I think it would be a 52-yard field goal attempt. So a timeout taken on the field by the Vikings as they discuss what's going on. So on paper, hear me out, this is just on paper. Zane Hall says he can hit a 52-yarder. That is literally the range that he told me at the beginning of the year. We haven't seen him hit anything close to it, but on paper, that's what he says.
I'll tell you what, if we were down in the last 30 seconds here, I think they would give him a shot. But at this point in the game, even though their offense is stalling a little bit, I think you got to trust him and throw him out here.
I agree with that. At the end of the day, if you are in this position, you turn the ball over at the 35. If you punt it, you give it to them maybe in that position. And yeah, ooh, are they doing it? Are they sending the kicker out? A switch on the field. And the Vikings send the punter. So the kicker and the punter are the same person. That's why it was a little bit of a moment where we were holding our breaths. Maybe a fake. The Vikings have gone for it the last two games, gotten a fake for a first down. Let's see. Snap goes over to Hall, hits his chest, and a low end over-end kick. Takes a bounce at the 15, inside of the 10, continues to roll down, inside of the 5. And a little bit of a gust of wind brings it to the 4. Dougie Silva picks it up. The long snapper retrieves it. And the Vikings, playing defense this time around, sends the special teams unit out there and says, hey, if you're going to score on us, you're going to have to go the whole length of the field.
Yep, beautiful bounce. You were talking about the kick. I was talking about going for it. And DVC said, hey, what about a punt inside the 5? Nothing wrong with it. I'm here for it.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with it, especially when you have the lead up 51-48. And if the trend continues and you aren't able to get a stop in this situation, you still have plenty of time to see if you can send the offense back out there and score. So the ball marked down at the 4-yard line. And the freshman quarterback, Nick Coronado, will line up, trips to the near side from the near hash mark, working right to left. Coronado, a handoff to the right side. It's over to Merriman. And Merriman just stood up by the DVC defense and company. Only a gain of 2. Leading the charge, Cameron Moore from his defensive end position. 6:13 counting down in this fourth quarter. 10:15 PST. We had a 7 p.m. kickoff. It's been a long game so far. Coming to a climax. Another sweep to the right side. Gets past the defensive end. Breaks one tackle at the 20. Out to the sideline, the 40. And tried to cut it back. And another game-saving tackle by Tanner Smiley there. And I saw a hold back there, but I do not see a penalty. They're going to let this one fly. Man, there's been so many 20-plus yard runs by Caden Merriman, and they've all been in that same position with that sweep on the outside. The defender is just getting a little bit tired, and the edge discipline has not been there tonight for the Vikings. 5:30 counting down. Breaking away, pass into the Viking side of the field. 3-step drop, Coronado fires far side. Wrapped up by Adrian Mache. That was Davion Coleman, who sits down on the ground after making the catch. I think that was actually, yeah, that is Coleman. So the forward momentum brings him down to the 40-yard line, and it'll be a 2nd down and 3 now from the 40.
Gain of 7, 2nd and 3.
And I think the officials are going to hold this up for just a moment. I don't know what they're talking about. You just see a lot of finger pointing on both sides of the offensive defensive line. And they'll continue to play. 3 receivers set to the near hand side. Out of the shotgun once more, Coronado fakes the handoff. Nope, he does give it over to Merriman, and Merriman continues to scrape through the Vikings defense, and he pushes his way forward for a gain of 17. Tanner Smiley ends up getting the tackle at the end of the play, and it looks like there is a flag at the 42-yard line. This one likely a hold. It's going to be sent back. Yeah, it is a holding. Off the tackle, Alexandro Lupin, the 6'1", 280 sophomore out of Franklin High School. So that is a fortuitous call for the Vikings. This is going to push them back to the 50-yard line, and it'll be second down once more. Vikings need some better edge discipline here. They're just running the sweep to the far side over and over again. New running back into the game. First time is Jonel Pettis, the freshman out of Edison. Coming to this game, 13 rushes for him. Man-to-man across the board for the Vikes. Second down and 13 is a handoff up the middle. And Pettis just wrapped up back at the original line of scrimmage by Joshua Lyston. It'll be third down and 9.
You would think San Joaquin's got to go back to Gonzalez here. He's been eating all night. Well, Gonzalez isn't on the field, actually. Sorry, I was looking at number 11, Simeon Sims.
Simeon Sims and Coleman have been the 2 leading receivers for the Mustangs tonight. And we got a loud group of fans. The cowbells are ringing. And Coronado will pass it. Far side. Ball's broken up. A flag comes in late. It looked like Mache knocked the ball through the hands of the intended receiver on the play. I think they tried to get that ball over to Coleman. And let's see. And a holding call on the defense. A 10-yard penalty and an automatic first down will buy San Joaquin Delta out.
Brutal call for the DVC defense. Oh, another flag comes in.
This might be 15 over the top as well. It's been an ugly game, top to bottom. At the rate that we're going, though, we might actually see a handshake line at the end of this one.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct towards an official. Number 26,
Jelani Crane, unsportsmanlike with aggressive behavior towards an official. 15 yards over the top. And he might have been ejected. Oh no, it's against 24, not 26. That was Dylan Leao. Wait, so Jelani Crane can actually come back.
Oh, wow.
I think if that was the second, he would have been ejected from the game, but Jelani Crane, making a few tackles, will come back. That's not how you want to go out. And Jelani Crane will eventually walk off towards the sideline. Maybe they got some numbers wrong again. I believe it was on Jelani Crane. And yeah, he will be escorted off of the field. So the ball will be brought out to the 21-yard line. And this has been a game with, I mean, you've got to have what seems to be over 400 yards of penalties. I mean, I think there's more penalty yardage than there is yardage on the field, and both of the teams are above 48 points.
Like you mentioned earlier, if someone would tell you have 35 plays for a lot of yards, you'd be happy with it. And they have 35 penalties for a lot of yards. It's really crazy how many penalties and yardage has been given out tonight.
Yeah. Vikings need to stop badly here. Ball spotted out a 1 yard away from the red zone. Handoff right side. Goes for the sweep. The cutback. And only a gain of 1 on the play. Just a terrific job from the Vikings being able to stay with the play as Caden Merriman tried to run that sweep once more. And the Vikings read it that time. Clock counting down here. 3:33. Vikings only with one timeout, 3 timeouts in the pocket for Delta. At this point, Delta is in the driver's seat here as the clock is almost favoring them here, down 3. Shotgun spread once more for Nick Coronado. Chest side snap, he rolls out left-hand side. They throw the screen over to Coleman, and Coleman fighting towards the far sideline will go out of bounds as a flag at the end of the play comes in once more. The ball was brought down at the 14-yard line. It will be a pickup of, I believe, 6 or 7 on the play. But an unsportsmanlike on the defense once more. Or was it a roughing the passer? I'm just at my wit's end in this one. What do they call that one, Isaiah?
I believe it was an unsportsmanlike conduct, but I'm not too sure on that.
Oh, my goodness. So another penalty, 2 back-to-back 15-yarders. This one's technically half the distance of the goal, so the offense will be set up at the 7-yard line now from the far hash mark. And this actually changes the situation up just a little bit. Now that they're in the they're in the goal-to-go situation, maybe the Vikings will possibly have a little bit more time if they can't get a stop here. Shotgun snap. Pressure comes, breaks through one, and he's eventually sworn by the Vikings cavalry. Leading the charge was Nico Bowler, and then cleaning it up was Nathan Kinsley. The 2 linebackers coming up with a very big play. And after the huge sack, the ball will be spotted down at the 17.
Big play for the Vikings defense. After a couple back-breaking penalties, you really want to calm yourself down, realize you're all right, don't panic, and great stop there.
And this is the position where the Vikings have seen success in the game. When you push Delta far behind the chains and you make them go a little bit outside of their playbook. Clock down inside at 2:10, and Delta likely taking a timeout. Yes, they do. So a timeout taken by Delta to discuss the 2nd down and goal from the 17-yard line, and we'll take the timeout as well. 51-48 on sophomore night here at Vikings Stadium. Back on the other side on DVC Vikings Live. We don't have the yardage, but we have the total number. 40 penalties in this game.
Insanity.
2nd down and goal from the 17-yard line. Shotgun spread with the tight end off the left-hand side. Takes the handoff. Coronado stepping back. The pressure comes. Avoids one rush. And he's swinging out the right side. Points down the field. Throws to the front of the end zone. It's intercepted at the 10-yard line. Interception made by Dylan Leo. And at this point, 2 timeouts in the pocket. The Vikings look to have closed this one out. Ooh, Dylan Leo almost rolls his ankle on the bench. But man, just a late ball on the field. A flag is down at the 4-yard line, but as it stands currently, Leo with the INT.
Yeah, Coronado on that one. Got a
Automatic first down. Wait, what was the call?
Pass interference.
Pass interference.
wow.
Penalty against DVC, nullifying the interception.
Pass interference. Automatic first down. The game-sealing interception wiped off the board. Ball spotted down at the 5. 1:56 on the clock. Nick Coronado and Merriman in the backfield. Delta playing with house money. The snap, the handoff. Merriman bounces off the right side. And he's tackled a yard short of the goal to gain. Clock counting down inside of 1 minute and 40 seconds now. Vikings, one timeout, up 3. I think they might just hold this clock down all the way to about the 1 minute and 1 second mark and then run the ball once more. That is a back-breaking penalty.
It's only right that this game is decided on a penalty, basically, right? I mean,
On
wow.
the 41st penalty of the game. Play clock inside of 10, 8 seconds left, 1:15 remaining. Coronado out of the shotgun, a handoff. Merriman breaks free. Merriman, 2-yard touchdown. Delta's coaches are celebrating to our right, and Delta takes the lead, 54-51. Vikings, one timeout still in the pocket. And Austin Corrali, he's got to leave everything on the line here.
You get a block here or a missed extra point. This should be big for DVC.
Yeah, it's a 3-point game here. We've seen one missed field goal attempt in the first half by Adrian Malesio. And let's see how this special teams unit operates. Velasquez gets the hold. And the kick is up and good. It's a 4-point game here. 54-51. Pardon me, 55-51 at the 1:09 mark here in the fourth quarter. What do you got? What do you got? Vikings have done tremendous this year in 2-minute offense situations, and now they got about 1 minute and 9 seconds left.
1 minute, 9 seconds, and a timeout. That DVC can do something. They can do something.
Jashawn Smith II and Damani Burrell are out there, so no Austin Hertz on this kickoff return duty. Penalties, penalties, penalties. This one has just been difficult. Yeah, Damani Burrell and Jashawn Smith, so no Austin Hertz. So on sophomore night, the Vikings put behind the 8 ball at the 1:09 mark. One timeout left. Jerry Johnson looking to see if he can etch his name into Vikings lore with this win. This will be one to remember regardless of the outcome, but it'd be oh so much sweeter with a win. Malesio to kick it away right to left from the 35-yard line. Shots forward, boots it away. A high end-over-end kick. That'll be brought down at the 2-yard line. No fair catch here. And Jashawn Smith II staying on his feet out to the 20-yard line. Has a convoy out to the far sideline, out to the 30. And a lot of time off the clock, but a terrific return brings it out to the 32-yard line. So we'll call it a 32-yard return.
Big return by Jashawn Smith. He had one called back for a touchdown at the start of the game, and maybe he ends the game with something equally as important.
But in this situation, I think the Vikings need to start going really quick underneath. If I really expect to see maybe more of a prevent look with under a minute to play, so the underneath routes will be open, and the clock will stop on first downs inside of 2 minutes to play. So the Vikings just need to get into action, and we're going to need to see the talented arm of Jerry Johnson put this one away. 3 safeties over the top. Throw over to the near-hand side. Brian Pierce Jr. stays in bounds, but he gets the ball down to the 49-yard line. Vikings hurrying up to the ball. The clock stops at 50.7 seconds, or 50 seconds. There's no fractional seconds in junior college. Vikings need to get the call in quickly. Barking out the call is Jerry Johnson. 45 seconds left. Belt high snap. Johnson fires across the middle. That's Elijah Alonso. And did he get the first down? Yes, he did. So the clock should stop as the Vikings hurry up to the ball once more. 37 seconds remaining. Vikings won't actually go for a spike here as the clock starts. 35 seconds remaining. Jerry Johnson under center this time. We'll take the under center snap and stop the clock at 31 seconds. Second down and 10 from the 41. Jerry Johnson under center for one of the first times we've ever really seen him as he clocks it with just about 41 yards in front of him.
You know, for DVC, not the worst situation you could be in right now with the
No,
timeout.
yeah, exact
31
timeout in your
seconds left.
pocket. It is still a 4-point game, so the Vikings will need to score a touchdown. Too high safety look right now. Some soft coverage across the board for San Joaquin Delta. Trips to the far-hand side. It's Jerry Johnson out of the shotgun once more. Near hash mark. Belt high snap. Johnson flips the ball in his hands. Delivers through traffic. Gets the ball to the 25-yard line, and that's Elijah Alonso once more. The sophomore on sophomore night continues the Vikings drive down to the 20-yard line. The Vikings will hurry up to the line and try to clock it once more. 24 seconds left on the clock. Vikings get the ball up, and they snap it before the clock even starts. Wow. So let's see what the officials end up saying the time on the clock should be, but as of right now, it's spotted down at 24, and we've got an injured player on the field for San Joaquin Delta. That's Ray Garcia, the safety, down, and that'll give us a timeout here. So no offensive stop of play, so the Vikings won't have to burn the timeout. It will be a timeout on this side of San Joaquin Delta, and we'll keep it here. Vikings they sputtered out the last few drives after the field goal attempt, but here with all the money on the table, all the chips are down, and the Vikings set themselves up in the red zone here with 24.4 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we just talked about you're at the 42-yard line. You don't mind where you're at. Now you kind of love where you're at. You got a timeout at the red zone. It's time. You got a few plays in your bag. The playbook's pretty open right now. You have a timeout. You don't want to worry about the time too much. Obviously, it's still a factor, but great spot for DVC here.
Yeah, the thing you have to worry about just a little bit, though, is as the field closes down, it gives you less room to work with, and we've seen people struggle with that in the past on every single level of football. So Delta forced to take a timeout after the injury, and we'll continue to keep it here once more. And we've got a crazy ending here in this sophomore night game to close out the 2023 season here at Viking Stadium. 55 Delta, 51 DVC, 24 seconds left in the season. Both teams trying to finish off on a high note. And this game that's been, tremendous in terms of scoring, but, just disgusting in terms of penalties. 41 total penalties up to this point. 59 minutes and 30 seconds played, 41 penalties. Oh my goodness.
Almost doesn't sound real.
Yeah. Vikings will come out in their shotgun spread. Elijah Alonso with 2 huge receptions back-to-back to set the Vikings up in this position. 1 timeout still in the pocket for the Vikings, 1 timeout for Mustangs. 55, 51, 24 seconds here. Jerry Johnson out of the shotgun from the near hash mark. The belt high snap. Johnson, pressure comes, throws across the middle of the formation. It's Brian Pierce Jr. runs out of bounds at the 11-yard line. Or pardon me, it's the 16-yard line, as it's going to be a 3rd down and 6 now. Clock stops at 19 seconds. 19 seconds remaining. Johnson just going underneath a couple different times. Remember, the Vikings still have that 1 timeout, but after you pick up this 1st down, if you're able to do so, you got to start looking towards the end zone for sure.
Absolutely.
3rd and 6 from the 16. Near hash mark once more for Jerry Johnson. Low snap handled well. Johnson across the middle once more. It's intercepted. No! Dropped! 16 seconds left on the clock. It was a low ball that was in front of his intended receiver. And it was Elliot Grigsby almost calling game. So this is the game on the line now. 4th and 6 from the 16 with 16 seconds left. And a penalty flag.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
Where do you see it on the field?
I don't see one. They're talking?
John Brown said penalty. I don't see it, though. If this is on the Vikings, they'll force them to use their timeout. But if this is on Delta, it's going to be a 1st down. Oh!
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
So, ineligible receiver downfield. Delta will end up declining the penalty, so it will be 4th down. So they could have pushed the Vikings down 5 yards due to the ineligible receiver, but instead they'll elect to just go for it here. 4th down and 6 from the 16. 16 seconds remaining. Sophomore night. Vikings trying to close the game out in an emphatic manner. Near hash mark. It's Jerry Johnson. Johnson, time to throw. Another toss across the middle, and Brian Pierce Jr. didn't get there. The shallow crossing route didn't get there. The tackle made by Jaden Herson. And that'll be all she wrote. San Joaquin Delta on the last possession of the game hold the Vikings. They drove all the way down the field, a flag at the end of the play as San Joaquin Delta is celebrating here, but man, we cannot get out of these ones without some extracurriculars.
So sportsmanlike.
The ball will be spotted down at the 13-yard line. The unsportsmanlike penalty will push them half the distance to the goal. 1 timeout left in your pocket. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm trying to rack my brain for every single possible situation to see if maybe it pushes them far enough back where they can't actually take a knee and they have to do something extra, but
we're gonna find out right here.
Yeah, in this,
put it down at the 6-yard line.
In this situation, I believe if you take a knee, the ball will spot you down to, about the 3, and then you got enough room to take another one if need be. And with that, it puts an end on the 2023 season. A terrific game, 51-55. Delta comes and takes out the Vikings for, it's been the first time in a very long time that Delta's gone to win over this program. Snap and a knee. Vikings won't take the timeout. So on sophomore night, DVC played their absolute rear ends off, but they come up short here. And it doesn't look like Delta is going to shake hands once more. Vikings lining up to shake hands. Delta just celebrating like they won the Super Bowl. And so that'll bring us to a close. Delta 55, DVC 51. It's been a terrific game fit with a ton of plays, but the officials getting booed off the field up to this point. It's been an ugly one all across the board, and we officially get a handshake line at the end of the play, so that's something in its own regard. So for Ryan Schell running the clock on the scoreboard for Zane Massey, my name's Max Agress. It's been a trying year here, but we've had a lot of fun calls up in Vikings Stadium, bringing us to a close. 2-8 on the year. The Vikings are there, and San Joaquin Delta advances to 3-7, closing out, claiming 4th place in the Bay 6. Vikings finish 5th, and a lot of questions left to be answered going forward for both of these programs, and the Vikings leave it a little short to end the year. So with that, thank you so much for joining us all year long. And as always, horns up.